Welcome to the complete Figma UX Design Essentials full course by Simplilearn. Have you ever looked at a sleek app or a beautifully designed website and wondered, how do designers create this? Now that's exactly what you will learn from here. This course takes you from absolute beginner to confident UI UX designer step by step. First, we'll start with the foundations, understanding what UI and UX actually mean, the 12 laws of design, and the principles behind human-centered design. Then, we'll dive deep into Figma, your all-in-one design tool. You'll master everything from wireframing, mockups, animations, and micro-interactions to create responsive grid system and professional quality portfolios. And along the way, you'll explore color theory, the design sprint process, and the top Figma plugins that can supercharge your workflow. We will even look at how AI is shaping the future of design with tools like ChatGPT for UI UX and 6 must-know AI tools for graphic designers. And because design isn't just about tools, we'll also prepare you for real-world opportunities with a UI UX career roadmap and a full set of interview questions to boost your confidence. So whether you dream of working in tech, finance, healthcare, or launching your own projects, this course gives you the skills, portfolio, and mindset to thrive as a modern UI UX designer. And by the end, you'll not just understand how to design beautiful user-friendly interfaces, you will be ready to kickstart a successful career in one of today's fastest growing field. So let's jump in and get started. Now, before we move on, just a quick information, guys. If you're interested in UI UX design, then Purdue University's UI UX design program with generative AI offered by Simplilearn is a great choice for you. This is a 20-week live online course which gives you over 100 hours of classes and mentor-led support project. You'll also learn to use 25 plus top design tools, including more than 10 generative AI tools, and work on 15 plus portfolio projects featuring AR, VR, and XR prototypes. The program includes hands-on activities, case studies, and discussions to build real skills that prepare you for high-demand design jobs. And upon completion, you will earn a certificate from Purdue University and Simplilearn. So hurry up and enroll now, and you can find the link below.
So without further ado, let's get started with today's session on user interface and user experience. So the user interface or user experience design, or also known as UI UX, is the process of creating digital products with a user-first approach. The goal of UI UX design is to provide a product that is both aesthetic and extremely pleasurable to use. It is a common idea that UI and UX are essentially the same thing and belong to the same discipline, but that is not totally accurate. They are separate fields that concentrate on different aspects of the user interaction with a digital product. However, they are closely related and overlap in so many ways that they are largely merged into one profession. So, to start off with, let's have a quick look at the agenda for today's session. We will start off by understanding what is UI UX. We will move on to what skills do UI UX designers need and what are their tasks. Next, we will see the difference between UI and UX, then what are the research techniques in UI, UX, and how they work together, and what are the disadvantages of combining them both. So I hope I made myself clear with the agenda. Now, what is user experience and user interface is our first topic. Let's get going. So, how a person will engage with a product, understanding your user's complete journey and translating it into a product. The interaction of human user with daily products and services is the subject of UX design. It includes user engagement. User engagement would come up if you were to summarize the aim of your user experience efforts. They maintain a connection with their user interests, motivations, and ambitions through engagement. Next, objectives. Objectives, as in the industry, UX design seeks to increase consumer satisfaction and loyalty through the usability, simplicity of use, and enjoyment provided in the engagement with a product. UX refers to the complete user experience that customers receive with a product. By evaluating products' usability, we can tell whether consumers can execute tasks successfully and quickly. Good usability is the basics for a successful user experience, and it is frequently confused by user experience and the simplicity of use. A part of user experience, UX design, is usability. Usability is the second level of user experience. Therefore, you must address your product's usability once you've established that it can resolve users' problems. The degree to which a designer's features fit users' demands and situations determines how usable the design is. And usability involves navigation, the discipline of creating, analyzing, and implementing ways for users to navigate through a website or app. Familiarity. Next is consistency. A usable and user-friendly design always provides a consistent experience. Followed by that, we have error prevention, alerting a user when they are making an error with the intention to make it easy for them to do whatever it is they are doing without a mistake. Next, we have feedback. Feedback is used to engage and explain and can improve the user satisfaction. Followed by that, we have visual clarity. Visual clarity is the measure of how effectively visual design prioritizes and conveys information. Lastly, we have flexibility. It is about knowing your customers and giving flexibility for different customer intents. And now that we have brief understanding of what UX is, let us understand what is UI. UI, or user interface. The point of human contact and interaction on a device is called user interface. This can include desktop displays, keyboards, mice, and other pointing devices. It also refers to the manner in which a user engages with a website or application. In other words, they design the user interface of a website or app. After knowing what is user interface, we will see the different types of user interface. First, we have command line interface, or CLI. CLI enables users to input commands into a terminal or dashboard window in order to communicate with a piece of software. And it is a platform or channel where users respond to a visible prompt by typing a command and receiving the system's response. Next, we have GUI, or graphical user interface. Graphical user interface enables people to engage with just an operating system using graphics. In the graphical user interface, there are menus like windows, scroll bars, buttons, wizards, painting pictures, alternative icons, and much more. It is simple to understand and natural. The user is shown or given information in any format, including plain text, videos, photos, etc. Followed by that, we have touch graphical user interface. A touch graphical user interface can be used with either the user's fingerprints or a stylus to control graphics. This can be done on a desktop computer, laptop, or a portable device like mobile phone. Touchscreen graphical user interfaces are increasingly used in hospital situations and provide both patients and healthcare workers with a number of advantages. There are a lot of skills required for both UI and UX. Let's have a look at those skills. Skills UX designers need due to the nature of their work. UX designers require a technological skill set such as design or development with programs like Sketch, Cause by Defect, and Adobe XD. Successful UX designers have had the following soft talents or abilities. Let's discuss the different skills for UX designers. In addition to hard capabilities are research, problem solving, and communication. Research. Research is a fundamental skill. Designers must derive useful insights from the data they gather, both in early stages and during the real-world testing. Next, we have problem solving. In a process called dynamic, UX designers look at a variety of methods to solve a single user problem. They not only fix difficulties during prototypes, but they also continuously develop and improve goods or services to make them more user-friendly. Finally, we have communication. Because UX design is indeed a highly collaborative process, communication is essential. This includes being able to effectively communicate within the team and to customers about the user's needs and requirements when using the product. Now, let's discuss about the skills that UI designers need. To work as a UI designer, they must need some hard skills. UI designers must keep up with current trends, methods, and technologies to grow. They must be familiar with design aesthetics, user interfaces, and brand design, layouts, and other aspects of graphic design. They must also know how to use graphic design and wireframing software. There are some of the following skills required to become a UI designer. Creativity. The only way UI designers can effectively fix problems is by coming up with novel ideas. Since imagination is a part of creativity, businesses seek out creative individuals. Teamwork and communication. The user interface designer must work well with others. They collaborate closely with product architects and web developers, so clear communication is essential for a successful end product. Adaptability. Technology evolves at a rapid pace. To consistently develop their products and services, good UI design embraces changes and keeps on top of the industry trends. After knowing the skills required for UX and UI designers, we will look into their different tasks. UX designers. UX designers start by researching. In-person interviews are frequently the first step in user research. These conversations allow them to have a better understanding of the user's motives and problems. User tests are also conducted by the designer to observe the user activity. They improve and deliver the greatest possible user experience by detecting both verbal and non-verbal stumbling obstacles. Such tasks done by UX designers are user understanding, analyze interaction, and wireframing or prototyping. So the first one is user understanding. The depth research is typically the first step in UX design with the aim of understanding the audience, their needs, and wants. A key competency for UX designers is empathy. It aids UX designers in comprehending and revealing the hidden wants and reactions of the target audience. Next, they analyze interaction. Designers of user experience examine how users interact with things, including their routines, preferences, and shortcuts. Better design solutions are proposed during all the available insights. And the last one is prototyping. A prototype is a model or a trial version that UX teams use for testing before launching. It seeks to test and validate ideas before sharing concepts with stakeholders and ultimately handing off the final versions to design engineers for the development process. UX designers are always active in how a product is put together. To make sure the design is going in a proper direction, they communicate with each team member. Now, after knowing tasks done by UX designers, we will look into UI designer task. UI designers. The web designer is in charge of creating how the product is set out graphically once the UX team has completed their process and handled over a wireframe. They must, of course, design from the user's perspective. This includes understanding interface design and implementing basic design principles. It also entails selecting fonts, menu designs, buttons, icons, and other elements with care to both express the brand and satisfy the user. There are several tasks done by UI designers, and the first one is testing. In general, UI testing, sometimes referred to as testing, is a process designed to test the features of any product that the user will interact with. Typically, this involves doing tests on the visual components to ensure that they are performing and functionally in accordance with the specifications. Communication. Typically, the technical team, UX designers, and UI designers collaborate closely. Communicational abilities are needed to grasp technical viability. Wireframing. One of the most important processes in UI UX design is wireframing. This involves modeling the framework of digital applications. A wireframe is a product outline that shows what software components will be present in important pages. It is an essential step in process of design interactions. Now, we will see the difference between UI UX. Two of the terms used in web and application design that get mixed up and confused most are UX design and UI design, and that makes sense. On the surface, they appear to be describing the same thing because they are frequently combined in phase UI UX design. But don't worry, we will try to understand the basic differences between UI and UX. User experience relates to the user's experience of the product or service, whereas UI refers to the visual components through which humans connect with a product. Therefore, UX focuses on visual interface elements like fonts, colors, menu bars, and much more, whereas UI focuses on user and their experience with the product. After knowing the difference of UX, UI, we will see the research techniques in both UI, UX. The practice of gathering information from actual users in understanding their demands and trouble areas is known as user research. There are the following UX research techniques. User persona. A user persona is a fictionized picture of average user. The objective of this is to assist UX designers to develop solutions with particular target user in mind as opposed to a general one. User interviews. User interviews are a great method to get user data, learn why users encounter certain issue, and determine whether your design fulfills their needs. Next, surveys. A specific group of users is sent a set of questions by designers as a part of UX research survey to learn more about their attitude and preferences. Now, we will see the research techniques of UI designers. Research ensures that user wants and expectations are taken into consideration while designing user interfaces, which is typically the very first stage in the process. After the user experience has been established, the UI design process begins. The best color schemes, patterns, and other visual components must be determined by UI designers. This makes it possible for the UI designers to get ideas and ensure that the design components they select are in line with users' choices and needs. Now we will see how they work together. While UI and UX design involve quite distinct technical skills, they are both majorly elements that must work together to provide the optimal user experience. Without a proper UX design, a beautiful UI design might become clumsy and complicated to navigate. Understanding the user's demands should be the first step in any front-end design and development process. Now, after this, we will see the disadvantages of combining them both. It's almost like wearing two hats at once when you have a combined UI UX function. UI and UX designers have diverse skill sets, even though most firms advertise a UX UI function as a single unified role. Its main focus, way of looking at things, and approach to prototyping a product are very different. It might be difficult and reduce the amount of focus needed for each discipline in a mixed UI UX role to constantly transition between ideas and representations.
How to use Figma. In this today's session, we will see what Figma is. Moving forward, we will see how to use Figma. Now let's discuss what Figma is and proceed further for the same. Figma is an online tool for designing and editing users and graphics interfaces. It may be used for various graphic design tasks, including wireframe websites, creating users interfaces for the mobile applications, creating design prototypes, creating posts for the social medias, and everything in between. Compared to other graphics editor software, Figma is unique, mostly because it immediately works with your browser. Also, you can begin designing and getting your project from any computer or platform without installations of additional software or acquiring additional licenses. After discussing what is Figma, we will see how to use Figma. It is a web-based application, as we already explained. With Figma, you may design products from scratch or from pre-made templates using an editor that is incredibly user-friendly for the beginners. There are many sources that are available online to teach you how to use Figma, but learning will be much simpler if you use the lessons we provide below. In the tutorial, I'm going to show you the best way to start practicing designing apps and websites in Figma. and will give you step-by-step instruction you can literally follow click by click. I will only tell you the stuff that you need to get started designing interfaces. So let's get started. So we are going to look at the tool called Figma, and it has a few advantages. But most importantly for you, it's free to get started. If you are working by yourself, we like using it at Smart because it has also really good collaboration, so we can have multiple people working on the same design file at the same time, and it's really very fast. It works on any computers, whether you have a Mac, PC, Linux, whatever you have, it works right in the browser. As you're watching the video, if you have any questions about how to do a particular effect in Figma or any comment or something that you want to recommend, please put it in the comment below. And if you want to find out more tips about UI and UX, make sure to subscribe our YouTube channel so you will never miss an update from Simplilearn. I wanted to start off with the templates. So what I want to do now is create a triangle for my own design, and it will called as frame. So the first tool you need to know about is the frame. Here, or you hit the F on your keyboard, or anything I press will show here in the bottom left corner. So you know exactly what I press to activate a particular tool, and then I can start drawing a size. But I know if I look at the frame here, I click on that, it shows. I can hit F again to go into the frame mode, and then I can select from here a bunch of templates, and I will select iPhone Pro Max, and then it automatically puts in the frame of a particular size, and I will just place here and I will start designing. So let's assume I want some different color background, right? So the easiest way I could accomplish this is I could draw a rectangle. I could do from here, you can see that there is a rectangle tool and it already says like R next to it. So I'm going to hit R on the keyboard and draw a rectangle, right? So I don't want to take it up. I don't need to take up the whole screen. This is fine. Now I can see by default this is dark color, so I will click on it. And so here's, I say whatever, like I can select the color. Fine. To make it more attractive for the right under the position and the dimension. So if I want to change this, this is just in changing Y coordinates, and this is for, sorry, this is for the Y coordinates and this is for the X coordinates. You can see the dragging your cursor, see the cursor turns in just sideways arrows, and I can click and just drag left and right, change these values, or I can type them in the right. I can also change the width and the height. This is the width and this is the height. The right or the corners radius, right? So the rounding effect is there, so I can use that. So with the arrows, this is a rounding effect, and corner radius effect. Suppose it must be 29 or 39. 39.
I will keep this also by 39. So we can see this, and these corners are giving the round effect. So if I change 0, you will see there is no longer rounded, and if I want to keep the top rounded but not the bottom, then I can change the bottom ones right, and now it looks good. Now the next thing I have to create is the circle. Is from the shape menu. You have an ellipse which you can do also use with the letter O on your keyboard. Now by default you will be able to draw any kind of circle with any aspects of ratio. Now let's change the color of the circle. You will often need when designing mobile interfaces, because you will want to have an icon for home screen or something like that, and you can literally Google free Figma icons. After searching, this page will open, and let's say I want to copy this one, and I come back to my file and I will paste the element. And Figma also helps you to with positioning. It automatically centers things, and let's say what I wanted to get an image here for the interesting instead of the blank color. So one good website is called Unsplash. Here I just write food and I will get the image. I'll save it. We will copy that and paste it over here. Yeah, I hit the command V to paste, and I just can reposition this. Now the thing that I need to text here, that says non-contact deliveries, and the way I get the text is through the T icon here, and I can just hit the T on my keyboard and text no, none, that deliveries. So we will change the font by double clicking. We will change the font of the text in SF Pro text. Make it little small. So now we will write one paragraph here below. So I will hit the icon T again. We can write something related to our food. And we'll make this font as small. Food, something like, and we'll make it in the mid. Yeah. So now I'm gonna have a button for order now. So for that I will hit the keyboard again with the T. Repeat. Have rectangle for. So now I'm gonna have a button for order now. For that I will have the rectangle. So I will hit R and I'll make one rectangle over here. And make it in the center. I will pick one color for that. If you can steal the corner radius, and so I said order now text. And I will make it in the mid. I will just center this. And make it and let it be white. And this is very easy. And now I will just write another text for dismiss. So starting with a template, we had made our splash first page for the food delivery app in Figma.
So let's start with aesthetic usability effect. It states that people believe that beautiful designs work better, even if they don't. So think about how you feel when you see a beautifully designed app or website. You naturally assume it's of high quality and easy to use, right? That's this law in action. A good-looking design creates trust and positive feelings, even if there are minor flaws. So it's like meeting someone well-dressed. They just seem more reliable. Some of the examples are Apple products. Their sleek designs make people feel like they are using the best technology out there, even if there are bugs or glitches sometimes. Also, Airbnb's website. The clean design and high-quality images make you feel confident about booking a stay, even if you haven't used the platform before. Now, number 2, we have the Doherty threshold. So users stay engaged when systems respond faster than they can think. Nobody likes to wait, whether it's for a page to load or a button to respond. Delays can frustrate users. So if your app or website keeps up with the user's pace, they will stay focused and enjoy the experience more. Examples are Instagram. So as you scroll, new posts load instantly, so you never feel interrupted. Also Google search. The moment you hit search, the results are there, fast and seamless, keeping you engaged. Now next we have the fifth law. It defines that bigger and closer buttons are easier to click or tap. So imagine trying to hit a tiny button in the corner of your screen. It's annoying, right? Now think about how easy it is to tap a large, well-placed button. That's Fifth's law. When interactive elements are big and close, they're easier and faster to use. Some of the examples are Amazon's Buy Now button. It's big, bold, and right where you can see it, so you can make a purchase without effort. And MacDoc, when you hover over an icon, it enlarges, making it easier to click the one you want. Now, number 4, we have the Hicks law, which means more choices is equal to more time to decide. So ever looked at a long restaurant menu and felt overwhelmed? That's Hicks law in action. When users are bombarded with too many options, they take longer to decide, or worse, give up. So keeping things simple helps users focus and act quickly. Some of the examples are Netflix categories. So instead of showing you everything, Netflix organizes content into easy to browse sections like top picks and trending now. And then you have Spotify playlists. They suggest a handful of curated playlists instead of showing every single song, making your choice easier. Now, number 5 is the Jacobs law, which states that users expect designs to work the same way as other familiar designs. So people like things to feel familiar. If your design doesn't match what they are used to, they'll feel lost and confused. So think of it like driving. If someone moved the pedal brake, it would be a chaos, right? So some of the examples are the e-commerce sites. So the cart is always in the top right corner. So moving it somewhere else would confuse shoppers. And then you have social media platforms. Features like likes and comments work the same on Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter, so users instantly know what to do. Next comes law of common region. It states that group related items together to show they are connected. So imagine a grocery store where all the fruits are in one section and all the snacks in another section. That's how this law works. By visually grouping similar items, you can make it easier for users to understand the relationships between them. Some of the examples are the Google search results. So they use cards to group ads, featured snippets, and organic results, so it's clear what belongs together. And then you have forms. So grouping name, email, and phone fields help users know they are part of the same section. Next comes Miller's law. People can only hold about 7 items in their memory at a time. So our brains can only handle so much information at once. If you overload users with too many things, they'll forget or get confused. And the trick? Break things into smaller chunks to make them easier to process. Some of the examples are Spotify navigation. So instead of showing all the features, Spotify's navigation bar focuses on just a few key options like home and search. And then you have multi-step forms. So websites like LinkedIn break down job applications into smaller steps, making the process less intimidating. Now next is Occam's razor. It states that the simplest solution is usually the best solution. So more doesn't always mean better. A clean, simple design is often more effective than one with too many bells and whistles. So if an element doesn't serve a purpose, it's better to remove it. For example, Google homepage. It's just a logo, a search bar, and 2 buttons. Simple and effective. Now on number 9, we have Pareto principle, which is also known as 80-20 rule. It states that 80% of the results come from 20% of the effort. So focus on the features that matter the most. So instead of trying to perfect everything, identify the few elements that have the bigger impact and prioritize them. For example, Instagram. So posting photos and stories drives most of the engagement. So these features are the app's main focus. And then you have Amazon. The Buy Now button and search bar are front and center because they are the most used features. Next, we have the serial position effect. It states that people remember the first and the last items better than the middle ones. So if you want users to remember something, put it at the beginning or at the end. The stuff in the middle is more likely to get overlooked. For example, the Amazon deals. They highlight the best deals at the top and the bottom of the homepage to grab your attention. Also presentations. Ever noticed how the intro and conclusion are often the most memorable parts of any presentations? Now, in number 11, we have the Tesla's law, or the law of conservation of complexity. It states that some complexity is unavoidable, so manage it wisely. So you can't simplify everything. Some processes are just naturally complex, but your job as a designer is to make them as easy as possible for users. For example, Photoshop toolbar. It's complex because it has to be, but Adobe organizes tools into categories to make them manageable. Also, tax filing apps. Filing taxes is inherently complicated, but apps like TurboTax simplify the process with step-by-step guidance, and then there are some apps that provide autofill options too. And finally, we have the Von Restov effect. It states that things that stand out are easier to remember. So if something looks different, it grabs attention and sticks in your mind. So use this to highlight important elements like call to action buttons or special offers. For example, Spotify's sign up button. The bright green button stands out against the dark interface, making it unmissable. Also the sales tags. Stores use red tags for discounts because they immediately catch your eye. So that was it, guys. That's a wrap to our video. These laws of UI UX design are your toolkit for creating designs that are not only beautiful but also intuitive and effective. Today, we are doing something exciting. We are going to design a complete website from start to finish using Figma. So why design websites in Figma? Well, Figma is more than just a design tool. It's a powerful platform that lets you create, collaborate, and prototype all in one place. With its real-time collaboration, you can work with your team seamlessly, whether you're in the same room or across the world. Plus, Figma's cloud-based system means you can access your designs from anywhere. No more worrying about losing files. And the best part? It's built with web design in mind. From creating responsive layouts to easily exporting assets for developers, Figma makes the whole process smoother and faster. So in this tutorial, we are going to build a website from scratch, and I'll show you how Figma helps every step of the way. By the end of this video, you'll not only have a beautiful website design, but also the skills to use Figma effectively for your own projects. So let's jump in. So let's move on to the demo. So to begin with, make sure you are signed into your Figma account. Now, if you don't already have an account, you can create one for free. And once you're logged in, navigate your draft section and create a new design file by clicking on New Design. This will open up a blank canvas where we'll be designing our portfolio website. So now let's take a moment to familiarize ourselves with how Figma works. Figma operates using frames, which are like individual pages or sections of your design. So everything you create sits inside these frames. So let's go ahead and create our frame for the photography portfolio website. And by the way, for this demo, we'll be creating a photography portfolio website, right? So let's get started. So go to the left-hand toolbar and select the frame tool, or simply press F on your keyboard for a shortcut. Now in the properties, as you can see on the right side, you'll see different preset frame sizes like mobiles, tablet, desktop. So since we are designing a website for desktop view, select the desktop option. Yeah. So this is around 1400 pixels wide. This will be our canvas for the photography portfolio. So it's always important to start your design with the correct frame size. This ensures that your layout will be responsive and function correctly across devices. Now, before we dive into adding images or text, we need to set up the structure of the layout. So the key to a well-organized website is a well-planned layout, right? The photography portfolio website we are designing today will have three main sections: the header with navigation links, the portfolio gallery showcasing our images, and a footer with social media links and a contact section. So you can use the rectangle tool or press R in your keyboard to create a large rectangle at the top of your frame like this. This will be the header where we'll add the site title and navigation links. Now next, create another large rectangle below the header. So this is where we'll be placing the portfolio gallery, which is the central focus of our website. So you can just copy this rectangle, paste it, move it downward, and increase the size because this is the central part. You can also increase the size of the frame like this. Okay, now let's zoom in. Okay. And finally, create a third rectangle at the bottom for the footer, which will hold the social media links and a small contact form. Again, you can just paste it. Yes, perfect. Now we are not worried about the exact sizes right now, so we'll adjust everything later as we add content. For now, just ensure you have three sections laid out on your canvas. Now, structuring your layout before getting into the design details keeps you organized and ensures a smooth design process. So avoid focusing on details too early. This will save your time and prevent you from getting lost in the finer points of the design. So now that we have blocked out the basic structure of the portfolio, let's add a grid to ensure that all our elements are perfectly aligned. So in web design, basically a grid system is used to maintain visual consistency and provide structure. So most websites follow a 12-column grid system, and we are going to use the same for this photography portfolio. So here you can select the main frame, which is the desktop. So in the right-hand panel, look out for the layout grid option and click on the plus sign to add a grid. So by default, Figma applies a square grid, but we need a column-based grid. So click on the grid icon and you can select column. And set the number of columns to 12. Yeah. So now we need these columns to be center aligned. So let's just change this type to center. Yeah. And adjust the column width to 75 pixels. Perfect. So now that our grid is set, you'll notice that each section we created is divided evenly by these columns. This makes it easier to place images and text, ensuring everything is aligned neatly within the design. So a grid system not only helps with alignment, but also improves the readability and flow of the design. Using a grid ensures that your website feels balanced and consistent across devices. So now let's move on to the header section. Let's just zoom in a bit. Yeah. Now this will have the site title and navigation links like home, portfolio, about me and contact. We'll also give this header a transparent look over a background image. So first you have to select the top rectangle, which is the header section, and adjust its height to around 150 pixels. So here you can change the height into 150 pixels. This will give us enough space to include the title and navigation links. Now next we'll add a background image to the header. So how do we do that? So first select this rectangle. Go to fill. Let's just close these. Just a second. Yeah. Go there. Select an image. Choose an image. Let's choose this image. And yeah. And you can also, change the exposure, contrast, saturation. You can do all these settings. Now as you can see, this is a very light image. I think it's visible. It's like raindrops. I want to keep it subtle. So that's why I've kept it this way. You can add images of your choice. Now next, let's add the site title. So now select the text tool, the shortcut of which is T, and click within the header section. Yeah. And type the photography's name. For example, this is Sneha's photography. And we'll use the Google font Playfair Display. So here you can go and change the font. And we can give the font size at 48. I think this is pretty decent. And align it to the left side of the header. So let's align it to the left side. Now as you can see, we won't go beyond this grid. As you remember, this grid is for our reference and we are not supposed to add anything over this side and this side. So let's, yeah. I think this is fine. Now let's add some simple navigation links like home, portfolio, about me and contact. So you can create each of these links using the text tool and align them to the right of the header. Again, just use the shortcut. Here you can give an about. This you can keep it. The font size is 18. I think this is more than enough. But you can keep it 20, I guess. Yeah. So we'll align everything later. We'll just add right now the text that we need. Home. And let's keep just one more, which is contact. Right? Now we'll align all this towards the right. Yes, and again I'm reminding you to use the grid. Yes. See how simple it was for me to give equal spaces among these, right? So always keep your header design clean and simple, especially for portfolio websites like this, because our main focus is on the work, right? So now that we have a header in place, it's time to work on the gallery, which is the main focus of the design. So this section will showcase a grid of your best photography work. So here you have to go to the section of the frame, the larger rectangle that we have. Now we are planning to create a grid of 2 rows and 4 images in each row. So to do this, we have to use the rectangular tool R, and then we'll duplicate it. Just draw a rectangle. We'll give it white color so that it's visible. Yep. Now let's duplicate it and keep it here. And we can keep it here. I think it's fine. Just a second. Yeah, now it's fine. Now you can just duplicate it by, selecting Alt option and bringing it down like this. Perfect. So we did not need this to be this big. So let's just adjust this section. Yes. So now we'll replace these placeholders. So this is basically the placeholders where we are going to place our images. So we are going to replace it with actual images. So you can simply click on each rectangle, go to fill, select image fill, and upload your images one by one. For example, here you can go to fill, image. You can go and choose your image. See, fantastic. So you can do this one by one. So when designing a portfolio gallery, it's important to maintain a clean grid-based layout. This allows your images to shine without distractions, giving them the space they need to stand out. So now let's add a subtle gradient background to make the portfolio image pop. So here you have to select the portfolio gallery background, go to the fill section, and change the background from solid to linear gradient. So this is gradient option. Now you have to choose a dark tone on one side of the gradient and a lighter tone on the other hand. So for example, start with black at the bottom, fading to dark gray at the top. Yeah, let's do it this way. We can even change the color. I think we can keep it. Shall we keep? I think this is better. This is more better. So let's keep it this way. Now this will, as you can see, this has created a smooth transition. So as you can see, a subtle gradient can create a sense of depth and dimension. It ensures a portfolio stands out. Now let's go and design the footer section. So let's just decrease the frame because we don't need this much. Just a second. Let's select the frame. We're having the footer here. Of course, I'm just giving you a basic idea on how to use the features. And as you can see, I've just added the images over here, but then you can write text, create a text field, and you can explain what the image is about and everything and make it more interesting. So now select the bottom rectangle, which is the footer, and change its color to black or dark gray. Let's change it to black. This will contrast nicely with the rest of the site. So you can easily find free SVG icons online at resources like Icon Finder or Flat Icon. So you can download icons for platforms like Instagram, Facebook, LinkedIn, and drag them directly into the Figma canvas. So now in the footer section, you'll be giving your contact details like your social media links, social media accounts, and also your email, phone number, and in whichever way they can contact you, right? Basically, that's why the footer is used for every website. So here we can just give an email ID. So we can keep it towards the left. And always try to keep your font size and font style. So here I have just added the email address for contact. You can also give your phone number. And also if you have social media accounts, what you can do is you can actually download social media icons from websites like Icon Finder or Flat Icon. And you can download those icons as SVG format and upload them. So now let's talk more about auto layout, one of Figma's most powerful tools for keeping elements organized and perfectly spaced. So auto layout is essential when you need dynamic resizing and consistent spacing. Here's how it works. So you can select any set of elements that need to be evenly spaced or grouped. For example, the images in your portfolio gallery. So we can select these elements and press Shift A to group the elements in auto layout. You'll notice that Figma automatically spaces them out evenly. And you can also adjust the padding and gap values in the right-hand panel to control the spacing between elements. This is especially useful if you want to maintain equal distances between your images. Also, you can use effects like shadows and gradients. So this goal is to add subtle depth without overwhelming the content. So now that we have designed the entire portfolio website, it's time to zoom out and review everything. So you can just zoom out and review. I haven't added anything much. This is just a basic idea that I have covered. So you can zoom out and check how your website looks and check the alignments, spacing and everything. So one thing that you must make sure is that the text and images must be balanced. So if necessary, you can go back to any section and adjust the size or spacing of elements using auto layout or manual alignment tools. And finally, you can just, remove this grid and see how it looks. So right now, you're viewing it with the grid, so you might not get a complete idea. So for removing the grid, what you can do is go to the layout grid, and here you can see a symbol. Just switch it off. So this is how your website will look like without the grid. So that was it in this video. I hope you got a basic idea on how to create a website from scratch without using any coding in Figma. Today we are going to talk about something super useful for designers: how to create mockups in Figma using easy plugins. But first, let's break down what mockups are and why they are important. A mockup is basically a realistic version of your design that shows what it will look like when used in real life. It could be for a mobile app, a website, or even a physical product. Think of it like a polished version of your design that gives everyone, clients, developers, and even end users, a clear picture of the final product before it's built. So, why do we need mockups? Here are a few simple reasons. Number one, clear communication. Mockups help you explain your design ideas to clients or teammates. Instead of just talking about it, they can see exactly what it will look like. Number two, early feedback. By showing a mockup, you can get feedback early on in the process. This lets you make changes before development, saving time and effort later. Number three is user testing. Mockups also help when testing how real people interact with your design. It's easier to see if something works when it's shown in a realistic way. And number four is marketing and presentations. Once your mockup is ready, you can use it to showcase your work in presentations or even marketing materials. It makes everything look professional. So in today's video, I'll show you how to create mockups right inside Figma using some simple plugins. These tools make it easy to turn your designs into realistic previews, whether you need to show them on devices like phones and tablets or create something more advanced like 3D models. Okay, let's start with the demo. So as you might be having a project, you'll be having your frames. For this demo, I have taken the frames from the Figma community. So number one on the list is Artboard Studio Mockup. So it's a powerful plugin in Figma that allows you to create realistic mockups using pre-built templates of devices. It's simple to use and comes with both free and premium options. So here's how to get started. So open Figma and you can go to the plugins and browse plugins in community like this. So you have to search for Artboard Studio Mockups and install the plugin. So once installed, you can find it by going to plugins. and then you will find Artboard Studio mockups like how I can find, and then launch it. So after launching the plugin, you'll be able to browse through various device mockups such as phones, tablets, and laptops. So these mockups are designed with both light and dark themes. Now you can filter the templates to see only free items, because here it's a combination of paid items, which you will get it in the premium version, and free items. So you can filter the templates to see only free items by selecting the free filter from the menu. So right now I can only find this free. So let's create a mobile app design. So we'll select a phone mockup that fit the project. Let me just arrange this for clarity. So once selected, the mockup will appear on your Figma canvas like this, which is ready to be customized. So as you can see, each mockup comes with frame where you can place your design. So you just have to copy your app screen from your Figma file and paste it into this frame. Like for example, you can just copy this and paste it here. So if your design doesn't fit perfectly like this into the mockup, you don't have to worry. You can adjust it by using the scale tool to resize your design so that it fits within the frame. So just press K, and here you can actually, check the dimension. Like for example, the dimension of iPhone 2 is 402 into 874. So you can change the dimensions. Either you can do it that way, or you can manually resize it also like this. I think it's done. No, it's not. Yeah, but I personally think it's easier to, give dimensions. It's easier to adjust that way. So you can similarly do it for this frame also. Now let's work on this frame. We'll copy this frame, paste it over here. I'll just show you. See here the dimension is 402, 874. So let's give it here. So now this perfectly fits. Yeah. So once your design is placed correctly, now click the frame again and select render selected frame. Click the frame and then select render selected frame. You have to just wait for a moment. So the plugin will generate a rendered mockup, as you can see, with the device and your design in place. I'll just zoom it up for you. So you can export. So once you're satisfied with this mockup, you can export the file. Export the mockup as a high resolution PNG or a JPG. So you can export the mockup as a high resolution PNG or JPG. You can use the export function in Figma and make sure to select a high quality for a crisp and clean mockup. So Artboard is basically used because it provides a fast way to generate realistic device mockups, as you have seen, without needing to manually create them. And you get a professional presentation with minimal efforts, making it perfect for client work, portfolios, or marketing material. Now, Clay Mockups 3D is another useful plugin that helps you visualize your designs in 3D. So you can rotate and position the mockups to showcase your design from different angles. So for that also you can go to plugins and you can search for Clay Mockups 3D and again install it. I have already installed it, so I have it over here. So after launching the plugin, select the device you want to use for your mockup. So you'll find various options like iPhones, iPad, MacBook, or you can do it in blank in a browser or anything. So for example, let's select iPhone itself because we have an app frame. Now you have to select the Figma frame you want to showcase and click load frame in the plugin. So this is the frame. And as you can see, your design will be placed on the selected device. Now the best part about Clay Mockups 3D is that it lets you rotate the device to showcase your design from different angles. So you can manually rotate it in 3D space or use a preset camera angle. So this is perfect for creating dynamic views of your mockups, showing how they would look like in real life from various perspectives. Now, as you can see, you can also change the device color to match your brand's theme. For example, you can switch from white to black or use custom colors here to highlight certain aspects of your design. So there are also options for lighting and shadow effects which add to realism of the mockup. So once you're satisfied with the design, again you can export it by saving as an image. The plugin will generate a high quality image of your mockup with all the customizations you have applied. Now, Figma community is a vast resource where designers share their UI kits, templates, mockups, and more. So you can easily find pre-made mockups that suit your project or use UI kits as starting points for your design. So you can just go to Figma community and you can search for different mockup templates by just typing mockups over here. And you can browse through the available options. Many designers offer free and paid mockup templates, so complete with device frames and background. For example, you can find mockups for iPhones or Android, Mac, and even smartwatches. So once you find a mockup or UI kit, you just have to click duplicate to add it to your Figma workspace. And now you have the access to all the layers and components, allowing you to fully customize the design. So you can just open this in Figma. You can go to devices, and as you can see, these are different mockups. So you can just select. You can even go for iPad if you want. You can just Control C or Command C, go to your workspace, and yes, your mockup is ready. And as already shown before, you just have to select the frame, resize it, and save it. That's it. Now to take your mockups to the next level, let's add some animation using Jitter. Now Jitter is an online tool that allows you to create quick and simple animations without any coding. So for that, we have to go to jitter.video. Now Jitter is a web-based tool, so you don't need to download any software. You can also sign up for free to save and export your projects. So Jitter integrates smoothly with Figma, so you can import your designs directly. So inside Jitter, you can click on import and choose the Figma option. Choose open in Figma, go to untitled. Unfortunately, I forgot to save my file. Press run. After that, you can select a frame. I'll select the first frame, copy it, and then click open in Jitter. So once you have imported your design, you can animate specific elements. So you can click on any part of your mockup, such as a button, text, or image, and you will see animation options like fade in, slide, rotate, zoom, and more. For example, let's click this button, go to animate, new animation. So you can see fade in. You can even, adjust the timing. You can fine tune how long each animation takes by adjusting the timing slider. So this is the timing slider. If you want certain elements to animate faster or slower, you can tweak the duration accordingly. So Jitter also allows you to adjust delays between animations so that they don't all happen at once. So like for example, you could have your logo animate first, followed by the app interface elements, etc. So this is a very great tool because animations help you communicate interactions, making it easier for your audience to understand how your design works. And Jitter is simple to use but powerful enough to create professional grade animations without any coding knowledge. So I've just given you a rough idea. You can, go through each of the options and explore. It's quite simple, it's quite easy. Now the next one is Design Stripe. Now Design Stripe is a fantastic tool for adding custom backgrounds to your mockups. It provides an easy way to create vibrant, customizable 3D illustrations and backgrounds that perfectly complement your mockups. Now Design Stripe gives you the ability to adjust colors, styles, and elements, making it easy to match the design with your brand or project. So first head to Design Stripe website and sign up a login if you already have an account. Once logged in, you'll see a wide selection of templates, including various 3D mockups. So let's just go through those templates. Now to get started, you have to select a 3D mockup template from the Design Stripes library. For example, you might choose a 3D phone or computer illustration. Now Design Stripe offers a variety of illustration styles like flat, clay style, or high detailed 3D renderings. Now for this demo, let's choose a phone mockup. Now once the mockup is selected, you can customize different elements. So as you can see, use Design Stripe's color picker to adjust the colors of the device and other objects in the scene. So you can change the background, for example, device frame, or even customize small details like shadows and highlights. You can also add or remove objects around the device such as plants, tables, or whatever is present. And in this way, you can design the background. Now our next step is to add the design into this mockup, right? So just click here. And now what you have to do is you have to go back to your Figma and export the frame or screen that you want to place. For example, I want this frame, so I'll select this frame. I'll go to export option and just export the file. So this is the option to export. It's in the right bottom of the page. I've already exported. So now you can just upload that image. Perfect. I even don't have to do any adjustments. This is just perfect. But then if you have any issues, you can adjust the size and alignment of your design so that it will fit perfectly with the 3D device. So if needed, you can also tweak the angle of the 3D mockup or change the perspective to highlight different parts of your design. So once you're happy with the look of the mockup, you can export it as a high resolution PNG. Let's just apply and see. Wow, this is just cool, isn't it? Now you can just export it. So Design Stripe is a really cool tool because you can modify everything from colors to scene elements, giving you full control over how your mockup will look like. And the plugin allows you to quickly generate high quality 3D visuals that add depth and realism to your mockups. And even without any 3D modeling knowledge, you can create stunning professional looking 3D mockups for your design. And that's a wrap for today's demo on creating mockups in Figma. I hope this video gave you some insights into how easy and effective mockup creation can be. Remember, mockups are a great way to showcase your design vision and make a lasting impression. Today, I'm going to walk you through what wireframes are, why they are important, and the different types you can create. So, what exactly are wireframes? Think of wireframes as the blueprint of a website or app. Just like an architect starts with a simple sketch before building a house, wireframes help designers map out where everything will go. Things like buttons, text, images, and menus. They don't focus on how things will look, but instead on how things are organized. This makes wireframes the foundation of any good design. Now, why do we need a wireframe? Imagine starting a design without a plan. It could quickly become confusing and messy. So, wireframes allow us to focus on how users will interact with the design and make sure everything works logically. So, by starting with a wireframe, we can catch any problems early and adjust the layouts before moving on to more detailed design work, saving us time and effort down the line. Now, there are two main types of wireframes: low fidelity and high fidelity. Low fidelity wireframes are like rough sketches. They are quick to make and focus on the basic layout. You can create them on paper or digitally to get a rough idea of the structure. And high fidelity wireframes are more detailed and closer to the final design, with more focus on specific elements and how they interact. These are typically done digitally using tools like Figma, so they can be shared and adjusted easily. And speaking of paper and digital wireframes, both have their place. Paper wireframes are great for quick brainstorming or sketching out ideas on the go. But digital wireframes like those made in Figma are far better for collaboration, easy edits, and adding more detail as you refine your design. So let's explore how to create a wireframe. So in this demo, I will show you an example of how we can create a wireframe for a LinkedIn page, that too from a mobile view. So I've already renamed my project as LinkedIn Wireframe. And for the reference, I have saved an image from Google. So let's first drag and drop the image from the files to our Figma canvas like this. So we can just drag it and drop it over here. Make sure to resize it. Yes, I hope it's visible. Now next we have to create a frame. So for that you can either go to the toolbar below or you can simply press F on your keyboard. Now after which you can select the device from the right side panel that you want your frame to be. So I'm selecting iPhone 14 Plus. We just need one frame. Now we have to make sure that the screenshot or the saved image and your frame is of equal size so that your wireframing process will be easy. So let's just resize it to the size of the pic. Now while resizing, which essentially means while zooming in or zooming out, make sure that you press the shift key so that it resizes uniformly like this. Yes, I think this is fine. So now everything is set and let's start with wireframing. So basically we start by using the rectangles. So now again for rectangle, you can go to the toolbar or simply press R on your keyboard. So as you can see here, first you have a box to write your name, then you have the profile photo, a background image, the profile bio, accept button, ignore button, more button, an about section, and the featured, and finally we have some tools down. So let's start to wireframe it one by one. So first let's just draw a rectangle over here. Again, we'll draw a rectangle for the arrow button also. We'll, place the arrow button inside it later. Now we need another rectangle for the background image. Yes. And the profile picture is inside a circle. So either you can, select a circle or again you can go to rectangle, draw a rectangle, and you can curve the corners right here on your right side. Corner the radius like this. I think this is fine. We'll give this a different color. Yep. So we'll write the text later. Let's fill the boxes or shapes first. Now here we have 3 buttons. Let's draw the rectangle and then corner the radius like before. I think this is fine. So I've cornered the radius to 48 as you can see here. I think I'll reduce the size a bit. Yeah. So now 2 more buttons are needed. So just copy paste it. So as you can see, wireframe is just a blueprint, and it is mainly done so that the stakeholders or your team members get an idea about your project. So you don't have to waste much of your time perfecting the shapes and icons or the colors. So your main focus should be on the logic of the design. Now let's just mark the separations between each sections. For that also we'll use rectangle. Yeah. We'll just copy paste this. Now we need some rectangles for the featured section. So now as you can see, I don't want to, corner the radius of these two sides, just the upper part. So what you can do is you can select the upper part and yes, kept it 30. You can keep this 30 as well. So as you can see, it has cornered the radius of the top two sides. The bottom two sides are intact, just like that. So that's why we basically use the rectangle for every shapes and then we corner the radius. Again, let's do the same. Here, as you can see, it's the half of the image. So I just need to corner this particular side. So this time we'll corner only the top left corner. We'll keep this also 30 as well. Okay, let's just adjust it a bit. Perfect. Now let's move on to the text section. Now again, to add the text, you can go to the toolbar or you can just press T on your keyboard. So first we have to type inside this. The font is pretty much small. So select your text, go to your right hand side. Increase the font size. So I think 24 is fine. Just drag it a little bit. Yes. Now this is of blue color, this particular box. So change the color to blue. Yes. Now let's just quickly write the texts over here too. So as you can see, the ignore button is, a bit of grayish over here. So what you can do is you can select the button, go to the fill section. So let it remain black. You can adjust the opacity over here like this and make it lighter. So this is how it's done. And also the box should not be in gray color. So what I can do is I will just keep it white. Just keep it white. But I need the outline, for that I'll just give a stroke like this. Perfect. So I think I'll just copy paste the same thing over here also. Next, let's type the about section. Let's reduce the font size. I think 32 is fine. So as of now, you can simply write description. So, most of the people, like I have seen in wireframes, they just write L'Oreal Ipsum, that, this. So it's better to give to give an idea about what this particular box contains. So now while people are viewing your wireframe, they know that this is the about section and here the description is to be written. Next is the featured section. Featured. Even this should go to the right hand side. Sorry, left hand side. So let's just quickly finish it off. So next we have to design these tools. So for each of the tools, for time being, we'll just draw rectangles before filling it inside. Again, for wireframes, you don't have to take tension about the spacing and everything because it's just a rough blueprint or a rough idea. So now let's see how to create the shapes inside this. But before that, if you are interested in a career in UI UX, you can kickstart your career with the Caltech CTME UI UX Bootcamp by Simplilearn. It is an immersive Gen AI powered program designed to equip you with hands-on experience in cutting-edge design tools and techniques. This bootcamp offers a prestigious certificate from Caltech CTME along with up to 10 continuing education units. You'll build a professional design portfolio through capstone projects, get end-to-end mentor support, and master 21 essential UI UX tools like Figma, Notion, and Maze. The program also includes masterclasses by Caltech instructors and industry experts. With Simplilearn's Job Assist, gain visibility from top hiring companies and take your first step towards becoming a UI UX design expert. Enroll now to transform your career and showcase your expertise. You can find the course link in the description box and pinned comments. So now let's see how to create shapes. Let's just zoom in a bit. So the first shape is of the home page. So for that you have to select the pen. So let's just, what's the shape? So again, you don't have to give a perfect drawing. It's just that they must understand what that particular position is for. So this is how you draw. Click here. Just move your cursor. Mark this particular point. Move your cursor. Mark the point. So this is how you draw. I hope this is fine. Like the people will understand this is for the home page. So quickly, let's just draw the rest of the icons. For rectangle, the shortcut is O in your keyboard. Now let's see how the bell icon is created because it looks a bit tough. So basically what you can do is for this also you just have to use the pen icon, but then as you can see there is a curved edge. So let's see how that can be bought with a pen. So for making a curve you have to choose the pen, click on your canvas, from this point drag the mouse till you get the required shape, stop it, then bring it back. Yes. So I hope you got it. I'll just zoom it and do it once more. So take the pen, click on the canvas, go to the point, just click and drag the mouse, leave it over there, again drag the mouse, and yes, you got the perfect curve. So as you can see, I have finished drawing the icons. I know it's not perfect, but I think this is more than enough for the viewers to get an idea about what is there in each position. Now again, similarly, you can fill these text, you can, draw the arrow and everything. So yes, this is how you can create your wireframe. It's quite simple, isn't it? So now we can also make a wireframe clickable for multiple pages by adding the flows between the frames. So let me show you how that's done. So for example, I've already wireframed the login page of LinkedIn over here. As you can see, it kind of looks exact. But again, as I mentioned before, wireframe is just a blueprint, so don't waste much time perfecting the shapes and icons of the colors. Your main focus should be the logic of the design. So now let's just make it clickable. For example, I want the user to go to his profile once he logs in. So let's just consider if this is that person's profile. So what I can do is, I have a sign in button over here. So first go to prototype, which is on your right side. So as you hover over the shape, you'll find these plus buttons. So just click over there, drag it. Just a second. I have to zoom out a bit, yeah. So I will drag it to this particular frame. So the trigger is on click. So I don't want this page to come while I hover over it or, while dragging it. I want it on click. So let's keep it on click. Action is navigating to. The animation, I want it smart animate, which means it's smooth. You can also, change the duration, the speed. So now let's just hit the play button. So here is a sign-in page, and once I signed in, here is the profile page. So as you can see, this kind of gives a complete idea on where the user will go after he clicks the login button, right? So yeah, this is it. This is how you create a wireframe and then make it clickable. And now here's a quick tip to make this process even faster. So you can use the Figma community wireframe kits. Now the Figma community offers tons of free wireframe kits made by other designers that you can drag and drop into your project. So this is a huge time saver, especially if you're in a rush or working on large projects. So to access these kits, you just have to go to the community tab in Figma and search for the wireframe kit and browse through the options. So there's something for almost every type of design project, as you can see here. And they're customizable, so you can tweak them to fit your exact needs. So for example, let's just check out this low fidelity wireframe. So as you can see, this has so many examples which you can just, drag and drop. Like for example, if you want this particular section, instead of creating, like if this is the exact section you want, you can actually, drag and drop it to your canvas. And you can also customize it and edit it. So this is pretty handy. So that wraps up our demo on how to create a wireframe using Figma. I hope you found this tutorial helpful in understanding how wireframes help organize your design before jumping into finer details. We also talked about how Figma's community wireframe kits can save your time and effort. So be sure to explore those if you want to speed up your work.
So guys, let's start with an introduction to animation in Figma. Guys, do you know that animation in Figma empowers designers to breathe life into their designs, elevating user experiences and enhancing visual storytelling? With intuitive tools and a seamless interface, Figma enables designers to create captivating animations directly with their design projects. From subtle transition to complex interactions, Figma's animation features offer a wide range of possibilities for bringing designs to life. Now, if we talk about keyframe, then keyframe animations serve as a foundation for creating dynamic movement within Figma. Designers can set keyframes to define the starting and ending states of an animation, and Figma automatically generates the in-between frames to achieve smooth motion. Easing options further refine the animation, allowing designers to control the acceleration and deceleration for a more natural feel. If I talk about transitions, transitions enable designers to animate changes between different states or screen within designs, adding fluidity, context to user interaction. Interactive components in Figma allow designers to prototype complex interactions and user flows. Now, this was some of the basic idea regarding animation in Figma, which we are going to study later on. So whether it's animating UI elements for a mobile application or crafting engaging micro interaction for a website, animations in Figma empowers designers to unleash their creativity and deliver immersive experiences. Now let's move on forward and try to set up our Figma. So setting a Figma for animation involves few key steps that you have the necessary toolset. The first thing that you have to do is, so guys, go to your Google Chrome and there is Figma. Just click on this. So you're going to see this first site. This is the official site of Figma. Just click on this and in this you're going to get. So before that, since I've already logged in, so it's going to ask you the authentication for your Gmail. So you can set up your Gmail account all over here. Now, what's the next thing that you can do, guys? You can start with a new project. Now guys, what you can do all over here, just click on design file. Now here is, okay, just click on all over here. So here you can see, here you have set up your basic stuff and here you can create a new project. Now, as far as there are two proposals for it. The first one is the free version. So if you are a student or someone who is trying to learn, you can try using the free version. But I will always recommend you, if you are aspiring UI UX designer, then you should definitely take up the paid version of this because it offers lot of features which can really enhance your UI development process. Now, in this way, we have set up our project and just say, suppose let us choose a frame, okay, all over here. And so I've selected this frame and let us draw a normal, say, a button stuff. So you can see in this way you have set up your Figma. Now let's try to understand the basics animation principle. So guys, understanding animation basics is very crucial for creating engaging and effective animations in Figma. The first one is keyframes. Guys, keyframes marks the beginning and end points of an animation sequence. In Figma, you can set keyframes to define the initial and final states of an object or an element. Figma automatically generates the in-between frames known as twins to create smooth motion between the keyframes. The next one that we have all over here is easing. Guys, easing controls the acceleration and deceleration of an animation. It determines how an object moves between the keyframes, affecting the speed and timing of the animation. Figma offers various easing options such as ease in, ease out, and linear, each producing different motion effect. Easing is essential for creating natural and visually pleasing animations. Next one is transitions. Transitions are animations that occur when transitioning between different states or screen within a design. For example, transitioning between pages in a mobile app or changing states of a button when hovered over. Figma's transition feature allows you to specify duration, easing, and properties to animate, enabling smooth and seamless transition between design elements. Now, if I talk about some of the basic principles, the first one that comes up to my mind is timing. Guys, timing refers to the duration and rhythm of an animation. It's essential to consider the timing of each animation element to ensure it aligns with the overall flow of the design and user interaction. Next one is spacing. Spacing refers to the distribution of keyframes and distance between animation elements. Proper spacing helps to create a sense of movement and flow, ensuring that animations feels natural and cohesive. The third one we have is overlap and follow-through. Overlapping actions and follow-through add realism to animations by simulating the behavior of real-world objects. Objects don't always move in perfect sync. Some parts may move faster or slower than others, creating sense of depth and functionality. And also exaggeration. Exaggeration involves amplifying the movement or behavior of animated elements to make them more visually appealing and engaging. So guys, by understanding these animation basics, you will be better equipped to create compelling animations in Figma that enhances user experiences and bring your designs to life. Now we are going to move on the hands-on part, where we are going to create a simple animation. So guys, let us create a simple animation. So as you can see, I have selected a frame all over here, and for our prototype, we are going to take iPhone 8. You can choose any one of them. As you can see, it has a lot of various options. Now, I have selected this frame. Now, what we are going to do, let us select a shape, and for our case, we are going to take rectangle. So here you can see, I have made one rectangle of 280 cross 63 size. You can take it something like this, or you can minimize it based on your choice. Now, let us go to the design, as you can see, and here, let's add the corner radius. So for the left one, I'll put 50, right one 50, then right bottom 50, and left bottom I'm going to take 50. So this is makes a kind of an equidistant stuff. So now we'll move on and try to change the color. So for this, we are going to take a normal red color, and let us try to draw one circle. So here is an ellipse all over here of 41 cross 41 size. Now what we are going to do, we are going to change its color. So for changing its color, let us choose black as its color. Now click on the text and say you can also add certain things like off, okay, so which denotes is at as an on or an off, but for red is there, so we are going to choose that it is an on. So as you can see here, let us change the size from 20 to 12. Okay, this looks pretty diminished. Okay, let us try to change again from, okay, now it's clear. So now let's copy this frame, okay, and yeah, so this is our second frame. So as you can see all over here, now we are going to change the name of the text from on to off, and I'm going to put it on the right end of it. So right off all over here. Pretty good. Now let us move on and let us try to add connection from this on. You can see the ellipse all over here, from here to this next frame, which is frame 2. So let us make a connector. So right click on the box, go to prototype, and click on the plus button, and here you can see the arrow will be pointed out to the next frame, which is frame 2. Now you can choose an animation all over here. So basically I have selected Smart Animate. So I'll also show you a lot of various other animation options. So just click on Smart Animate and you can see there is dissolve, move in, move out, slide in, slide out. These are various types of animation which you can apply to your prototype design. Now since I have chosen Smart Animation, and in under which I have chosen ease in and ease out, and the time frame would be 600 milliseconds. Now let's move on, and let us make another connector from off to frame 1. Okay. So this is been connected, and let us see. Now after doing all this, what you have to do, guys, as you can see all over here, there's a present button. So just click on this. Now let us try to see how our animation is working. So if you're trying to click on button, so as you can see, it's going off, but there's something wrong about it. So as you can see, when it's going off, then the color is not changing. So we might change its color. So let us remove the red color. Okay. To a normal little bit light color, which shows us that our device is kind of in an off position. So now click again, and you can see if this thing is happening, you can see a very beautiful animation is coming out. So this depicts that it is in the on position, and when you click on this, it goes on the off position. So this is one form of a simple basic animation, guys, which we have learned today, and in that way you can make a lot of animation using this tool.
So what exactly is a portfolio in the context of UI UX design? A portfolio is essentially your showcase. It's your opportunity to display the breadth and depth of your skills and creativity to potential clients or employers. Unlike many other professions, where your resume does most of the talking, in UI UX design, your portfolio is the main thing that will make or break your chances of landing that job or project. It's a visual resume, but with storytelling. Through your portfolio, you demonstrate your problem-solving abilities, design process, and how you approach real-world challenges. Think of it as a narrative. You're not just showing pretty screens. You're showing how you arrived at a solution, what the problem was, and how your design impacts the user experience. So in short, a great UI UX portfolio not only highlights your skills, but also communicates your thought process and the value you bring to the table. Now that we know what a portfolio is, let's talk about what should go in it. So the content of your portfolio should be carefully curated to highlight your best works and demonstrate versatility. So here's a checklist of key elements. Number 1, case studies. Now, these are the heart of your portfolio. You need at least 3 to 5 solid case studies. Each should tell the full story, from problem to solution, starting with the research phase, wireframing, prototyping, and final visual designs. Next comes process documentation. So don't just show the end product. People want to see how you got in there. So include sketches, wireframes, iterations, and feedback loops. So explain your thought process and design decisions along the way. Now comes user research. Show that you understand the users you're designing for. Include personas, user flows, journey maps, and insights you gathered during the research phase. Next comes visual design. The aesthetic part of your work should reflect your UI skills. Highlight your use of typography, color schemes, and UI elements like buttons, icons, etc. And then prototyping and testing. Include any user testing you did, along with the results and how you implemented changes based on feedback. And then about section. So don't forget to introduce yourself. This section should explain your background, what got you into design, your approach to UI UX, and what kind of projects you enjoy. Ultimately, you want to showcase your ability to solve real-world problems through design while also showing your creativity. Now, I hear this question all the time, like how do I make a portfolio if I don't have any experience? So here you have the good news. It's completely possible to build an impressive portfolio even if you're starting from scratch. So next, here are a few strategies to help them. Number 1 is personal projects. So you can create your own hypothetical projects. It could be redesigning an existing app or website, solving a problem you have noticed in your daily life, or even creating a product from scratch based on a concept. So these projects still showcase your abilities. Next comes volunteer work or freelancing. So you can offer your skills to non-profits, small businesses, or startups that may not have a big budget for design. So it's a win-win situation, like you get experience and they get much needed help. Next comes design challenges. So you can participate in UI UX design challenges on platforms like Behance or Dribble. You can also find daily or weekly challenges that push you to design under different constraints. So these can go straight into your portfolio. Next are case studies from mock projects. So even if the project isn't real, you can still approach it like a real world case study. So outline the problem, research, and demonstrate your design process and final solution. So remember, the key is to show your thinking process and problem solving skills, not necessarily who you have worked for. Alright, so once you have gathered your projects, the next question is, how do I organize them? So there are a few golden rules for formatting. Alright, so once you have gathered your projects, the next question is, how do I organize them? So there are a few golden rules for formatting. Number 1, keep it simple and clean. Don't overwhelm visitors with too many visuals or texts. The focus should be on your work. Use a minimal design so your projects stand out. Next comes storytelling. Structure each case study like a story. Introduce the project, the problem, your role, your process, and finally the solution. So provide enough context so that someone with no background in design can understand your thinking. Number 3 is responsive design. Make sure your portfolio looks good on both desktop and mobile. You're a UI UX designer, so this is a must. It shows you understand the importance of good user experience. Number 4 comes interactive prototypes. So if possible, include interactive prototypes. So tools like Figma or InVision allow you to embed live prototypes that can be clicked through, giving a more immersive experience for the viewer. And then comes ease of navigation. So organize your content so that it's easy to find. Use categories like UI design, UX case studies, or mobile projects if you have multiple skill sets. So now let's quickly talk about some common mistakes to avoid. Number 1, too much focus on visuals. So remember, UX is just as important as UI. So don't make your portfolio all about flashy interfaces. Show that you understand the user experience side as well. Then comes not explaining your process. Now, employers don't just want to see the final result. They want to know how you got there. So beautiful design without context might not be enough. Number 3 is overloading with projects. So quality is over quantity. It's better to have 3 strong projects with deep insights than 10 surface level ones. Then comes ignoring feedback and iterations. So design is a collaborative process. Show that you can take feedback and refine your work. Do not skip this part. Then finally comes unpolished visual design. So if you're applying for UI UX roles, your portfolio itself needs to have a great visual design. So make sure it's polished, easy to navigate, and a pleasure to use. So finally, having known all this, let's talk about where to build and host your portfolio. Luckily, there are some fantastic platforms that makes this process super easy. So number 1 is Behance, perfect for UI UX designers. So Behance is a popular platform that allows you to create beautiful project presentations, interact with the design community, and showcase your work to potential employers. Next is Dribbble, known for its creative community. Dribbble is ideal if you want to showcase short snapshots of your work, particularly UI design. It's more visual, but still a good place to start. Next is WordPress or Webflow. So if you want a custom website, WordPress with a design theme or Webflow can give you full control. Webflow in particular is a favorite among designers because it combines web design and development tools, making it easier to build beautiful responsive portfolios. Next comes Adobe Portfolio. If you're already an Adobe Creative Cloud subscriber, you can use Adobe Portfolio to build a website easily. It's simple but integrates well with other tools. And finally, we have Carbon Made. It's a user-friendly platform designed specifically for portfolios. It has beautiful templates and is great if you're looking for an easy setup with little to no coding involved. So you can pick a platform that best fits your needs and make sure it's easy to update over time. So now that you got a clear idea on how to create a portfolio, let's see a portfolio from Behance. So this is a well-made portfolio. So as you can see, first they have mentioned the objective, scope and design approach, followed by a detailed client profile. After which they have given a detailed timeline explaining the process they went through, which includes planning, research, wireframe and visual design, and the tools they have used for the same. After which they have portrayed the color palette and the text styles used. Then they have given the dashboard wireframe, and then the login page, the UI design and different pages in the website, thus making it a complete and well-made portfolio. So before you start with making your portfolio, make sure you refer to many other portfolios to get more ideas. And that was it. Those are the tips on how to create a stunning UI UX design portfolio even if you don't have a ton of experience. So remember, your portfolio is a living document. Keep it updated, refine it and let it grow as you grow as a designer.
When you visit a restaurant, what's the first thing that comes to your mind? You look around the furnishings and fixtures and then feel the ambience around you. Similarly, when you visit a website, you look at the ease of usage and experience that comfort involved while using the application. To simplify it further, with the same restaurant example, the food menu, the services, the ambience, music, taste, and the restaurant environment can be considered user experience or UX. You are already watching Simplilearn, and today we bring this informative video about UX design. Before we begin, if these are the types of video you like to watch, then hit the subscribe button and the bell icon to get notified. And if you are a tech geek, here is a brain teaser for you. Who coined the concept of UX design? Is it Alan Kay, Turner Norman, John Warner, or Dylan Field? Let us know your answer below and get a heart from Simplilearn. Without any further delay, let's get started with the session on what is UX design. UX design creates software or desktop application considering the end user expectations and requirements. It's the process of creating a streamlined experience, whether digital or physical, that customers will find practical, simple to use, and enjoyable to interact with. It involves improving the user experience of the consumers when dealing with your product and ensuring they give you good feedback on what you offer. The thought process of constant iteration and ideology to enhance the user interaction with the application and its service can be termed as UX design. There are many factors involved with UX design, but the three most important ones are usefulness, usability, and desirability. If you sum up all these three factors, we can design a great UX or user experience. First comes the usefulness of UX. The primary focus of a UX design should always be on the application usability. A website becomes dominant only when it's simple to use, serves the purpose, and proves beneficial to the user. Next comes the usability of UX. These factors, usefulness and usability, may sound the same. Still, the parameters considered in usability revolve around the effectiveness, efficiency, and performance of the application, and its caliber to handle multiple user requests at the same time without crashing. The UX designer must ensure the application is strong enough to easily serve multi-users environments. And the last one is desirability, that plays a key role in UX design. The visual aesthetics of an application engage desirability in users since the application needs to compete with several other similar applications. Higher the desirability, better the application. Look at all the products around you. Think about usefulness, usability, and desirability and see which one has a better UX. Next, we will discuss what will make the user experience better. Let's see some examples. One of the most helpful employee onboarding checklists is provided by LinkedIn. How would you go about looking for work or hiring new people? As LinkedIn helps in recruiting new people easily, and it's relatively easy. While opening a LinkedIn account, we notice how the website keeps offering suggestions to improve our LinkedIn profile and use the tool more effectively. It can be either by adding relevant skills, acquired certification, or just connecting with people in our domain to create a network. And we recall completing them because they seem important and will give our profile better visibility. In this case, LinkedIn is a success. Let's take a look at another example. Spotify completely modified personalization. Spotify Wrapped deserve a market award. One thing is obvious with Wrapped daily mixes and the most recent addition, the blend tool, that enables you to combine your music and create a playlist with your friends. Nobody does personalization better than Spotify. Spotify's UX is different since it offers the customization that we all desire in 2022. The Spotify user experience includes not only customization, but also how the software revolves around the idea of personal music. They retain users on app by creating a loop of personalization music, while constantly recommending music you may like with daily suggestion and recommend playlists. This helps create a musical experience that other platforms strive to replicate. User experience, one of the industry's trending themes. You should be more familiar with the complexities of user experience if you are in the design profession. So far, we have seen the big picture of UX design. Now let's look into more details about the process and what steps are required to have a good UX design. So the first one in the process is to understand. This is one of the most important procedure in the UX designing for the product team before creating anything in the market. Because understanding the product context is more important before designing it. This phase of understanding gives you the foundation for the design process. Next is the ability to research. After brainstorming ideas, the product team moves the application to the research phase. Then the designer conducts thorough research, identifies the problem, and comes up with a better solution. The research phase can be classified into two categories: market research and user research. Market research is checking out similar products available in the market and understanding their unique features that make them stand out. User research will be given a higher priority and will form a base of your product by hosting test groups and conducting surveys. This information will help you discover user expectation and serve a better design platform. Up next, we have design. At this phase, the product team start working on activities that involve constructing mockups, images, icons, colors, and etc. The design phase includes creating prototyping, wireframes, and sketches. But the wireframe is among the most important aspects you can produce. A wireframe is an extremely simplified representation of your product. The next one is testing. This phase determines how the market uses your service and product. For example, if you were the Swiggy app designer, you might ask your user to use the app and place an order. You may have seen how users respond to app while ordering the food. You can query them about their experience once they have finished. This is an excellent chance to determine how satisfied your user is with your app and whether it meets their demands. Should there be any concern, those can be rectified right away before the product hits the market. Finally, we will look into evaluation. The benefit of getting users' feedback is to compare the ideas and assumptions you develop. You can utilize this input to make change to your product or think of the brand new features you may have yet to consider. As we learn more about the UX is being received by the general public, the team can work on the further improving the base to create the best version of your product. After understanding the basics of UX design, are you ready to start practicing on your own and start mastering a design tool now? Let's pick out two tools. One is Figma, and it has a very generous free plan. You can work on it using all the features completely, and it has some collaboration features that if you are working with someone, you can work on the same design file simultaneously. It can work directly on the browser, making it platform independent while also having dedicated apps for certain operating systems. Another option is Adobe XD. Adobe's Creative Cloud offers a synchronization features with other Adobe products, which can be very much helpful when working with large projects. With a very large customer base and readily available support from Adobe, there is a huge collection of templates and project ideas that can be used directly in Adobe XD with minimum fees. You can find a link for our detailed tutorial on how to use Figma in description. That will get you started with the platform without any UX basic knowledge.
Welcome to this video on micro interactions in Figma from Simplilearn. Whether you are a designer with some experience or just starting in the world of UI UX, understanding interactions is key to making your designs more user-friendly. So imagine you are using an app and you tap on a button to submit a form, or you scroll down a page to see more content. So these are examples of interactions. Basically the ways users engage with the element on a website or app. So they are super important because they guide the user smoothly from one step to another. Now let's talk about micro interactions. Now these are small details that happen when users interact with your design. For example, have you ever noticed when you like a post on social media and the heart icon gives a little bounce? Or when you drag a file to the trash bin, it gives a quick animation of the trash closing? These are micro interactions. They may seem tiny, but they help improve the overall user experience by providing feedback, making your design feel alive and responsive. And in Figma, you can easily create these small but powerful moments using its prototyping and animation tools. And in this video, we'll be covering some cool examples, including a subscribe button that responds when clicked, a toggle switch that smoothly switches between on and off states, and a Figma accordion that expands and collapses with a simple click, and a page bottom bar navigation that animates when switching tabs, and also a sidebar menu that slides in and out for easy navigation. And by the end of this video, you'll know how to create all these micro interactions in Figma and bring your designs to life. So let's dive right in. So let's start with the subscribe button. So basically, I want the subscribe button to be plain in color, and once I press the subscribe button, I want it to zoom in a bit with red color filled. So here I already have my main frame ready where we'll be trying it out. So we will be placing our subscribe button over here basically. So let's just start creating it. So let's draw a rectangle first. You can press R on your keyboard. So first, let me just check that if the size is fine. I think I have to, yep, I think this is perfect. Right. Let's just zoom in a bit. Now let's just round off these edges, corner these edges. So just corner the radius. Yes, that's perfect. And let's just write the subscribe text inside the shape. So initially I want this to be white in color. Yes. Let's just increase the font size a bit. Yes, 15 is fine. Now what we have to do is we have to frame this selection. So select this shape, press Shift key, select the text, go to the bottom toolbar and frame selection. So this is your first frame. Now let's just rename the frame as empty because we won't be having color in it. So basically we need more than one state for animation. So let's create 2 more copies of this. Yes. Now let's just rename these frames as transition and let's just rename it as red filled because finally I want my button to be red after subscribed. And here let's just change this text to subscribed. Yeah. So now we have to create a component set of these. So for that, select all and go to the button toolbar to create a component set like this. Select everything, go to the toolbar and create a component set. Let's rename the component set as subscribe button. Yeah. Next step is to fill the color inside each of the buttons. So even though we need the button to be, plain before the click, it is important to fill the components with the same color, like all the components with the same color for transition. But then you can adjust the opacity of the color. So I'll just show you so that you get an idea. So basically, after subscribe, I want it to be red, right? Like the button's color. So let's just select this button. Yeah. Let's give this red color. So we have kept it as FF0000. I think we'll put the text color, we'll keep the text color as black itself. Just a second. Fill. Let's just keep it black for now. We'll give this a stroke and let the opacity be 0%. Yes. Now here, this is the transition state. So let the opacity be, let the color be the same, FF0000, but let the opacity be 75%. Yes. And this is the subscribe button where we need the opacity to be 100%. It's just, yes. Cool. Now the thing is I want the subscribe button to grow a bit and shrink slightly during the transition. It's kind of a pop-up. So I will make the transition state frame a bit bigger. So this is the transition state frame. So I will just make it, a bit bigger. This. Just slightly. I'll also align the text. Because I need just a small pop-up during the transition. So now this is all done. Now it's time to add the animations. So for that, we have to go to the prototype on your right side. And now let's add the flows between the suggested plus signs. So let's edit the first flow. So here we want on click because we'll be clicking the subscribe button, and on click it will change to the transition state. We need smart animation. Now there are so many options here. So select smart animate. We need ease in and ease out of around, I think 200 milliseconds is enough. Yes. Now let's draw the second flow. Now the second flow, we don't want it on click because, we'll click the subscribe button only once. So I just want it to be dark red after a delay. So let's just give after delay. The least we can give is 1 millisecond. So I think that would be fine. And we need to change it to red filled. We'll give the same smart animate, ease in and ease out.
And here we'll, just reduce to around 100 millisecond. Yes. So now let's just copy. So now this is a component. So now let's just copy the first frame and paste it in the main frame. Copy this and paste it over here. Yes. See here, as you can see, the subscribe button, we have just blacked it out. So let me just, change the color of the text. Now here it's reflecting as white. So now let's just play and see the outcome. Yes. So as you can see, the subscribe button, which had no color, as I clicked, it gave a subtle pop and went to red button as I had imagined. So this is pretty cool. So this is how, you design a subscribe button or a like button, for example, or a save button, etc. So now let's move on to create a toggle switch. So basically, I want to create the toggle switch for this particular alarm. So as you can see, my main frame is ready and we'll be adding the toggle switch over here. So let's do it. So first let's create a rectangle as before and just check if the size is fine. Yes, it's perfect. Let's just zoom in a bit. Let's curve the edges. Yes. Now let me draw a circle inside. For the circle, the shortcut on your keyboard is the letter O. So now you have to do a frame selection for these two elements. So select the element, hold shift key, select the other element and do frame selection. So this is basically your on state. So I will rename this frame as on state. So in the on state, I want the background to be yellow in color. Yellow. And I want my button to be black in color. Yes. So as I told you, for adding transitions or animations, we need more than one state. So let's just duplicate this frame. Yes. Let's just rename this as off state. Yeah. Now in the off state, my button would be here. I think the placement is fine. Yeah. I want the background to be light gray because that's usually the color for an off state. Give the button a dark gray shade. No. Yeah, I think this is fine. Now let's create a component set of these two frames. You just have to select. Just a second. Yeah. You just have to select everything and create a component set. We'll rename the component set as toggle switch. Now let's add flows by going to prototype like how we did earlier for the subscribe button. So when I press this button, I want it to go to the off state. Again, this is on click. We have to change to the off state. It's smart animate. We don't want it easy in and ease out. We actually, there are more options. I think custom spring. So like, it actually, I want it to, be in a spring action. So I'll just give custom spring. So if you give custom spring, this is how the animation would look like. So now let's just give the same flow backwards with the same settings. Yes. Done. So once it's done, let's copy the first frame and let's paste it in the main frame. So this is our first frame. We have pasted it in the main frame. Just a second. So as you can see, it works and it gives a smooth transition for toggling switch. So now let's create an FAQ accordion. So this is basically the FAQ model seen on Google. So where we'll press the question and the answer comes in a drop-down menu. So let's create that one. So first let's create a rectangle and then let's, write a question inside the box. What is UI UX design? The text is not visible, so let's just first change the text color. Just increase the size to 20, or I think 25 would be fine. Let's just align it. Yes. So now let's do frame selection for these two objects, like for the rectangle and the text. So as you might have seen, the basic steps remain the same for creating micro interactions. So let's just do frame selection and rename the frame as question. Now let's create the answer part. Just a second. Let me just, that is fine. Now create another rectangle. Make sure it's of the same size. Now let's just copy paste expression. Okay. Bring to front. Yeah. Now we have to provide the answer. So basically I have just, I have the answer over here. So let's just drag it and adjust it. Let's just frame select these two. This question, this frame, let's rename it as answer. Now let's create a component set of these two by selecting everything. Let's rename the component as a FAQ. Now let's add the animation. Go to prototype. It will be given smart animate with easy in and out. Same backwards. Yes. Now we'll select this particular frame. Copy it to the main frame. Let me just adjust the frame size. Now let's just play and see how our FAQ section looks like. This is pretty cool. So this basically looks how an FAQ section looks like a Google search page, isn't it? See how easily we made this transition. So now next let's see how to create the sidebar menu that we usually see in apps. So I'll first show how I want it to be so that you will get an idea. So yeah, basically I want my animation to look somewhat like this. So first we'll be having the main page, and when I click a button, I just wanted to zoom in a bit, and the next page should appear. So let's see how this is created. So here I've already selected 2 frames. So first we have to create a frame. So let me just check out the resolution of these screenshots. Okay, it's 461.29. This height is 998.85. Yes. So we have created a frame of equal size, and now we have to layer the 2 images one by one inside the first frame. So make sure that, the sequence of the frame that you layer is correct. So the thing is, basically, I want this as my first frame. Like while I'm using the app, I want this as my first frame, and I want this to zoom in a bit while I click a certain button. So the second page that I want, we kept here. The first page that I want will be layered above it. Yes. So let me just, rename this frame as closed. Let me just duplicate this frame. Yes. Now in the second frame is named as open. So in this state, I want this particular image to look small. Just a second. Yes. To be somewhat like this. Now this is not a perfect example. I just want you to know how such an animation can be done. That's all. Yep. So now I have to create buttons. So like for time being, we'll just create some shapes. So I will just give a small square as my first icon. And here I would like to represent my close button as a small circle, for example. Let's keep that black in color. Yeah. Let's just zoom in a bit. Now we have to edit or, make animations for these particular shapes. So let's just do that. Again, create a component set of these two. Now let's just prototype it. Same, we need on click, smart animation, ease in and ease out. Same goes for the other way around. Yes. Now I'll be placing this button over here. Maybe over here. Let's just consider this, as the menu button or whatever. And let's just take this circle and place it in this particular page where you'll be using this as a close button. Let's just place it over here. Now let's just prototype these two. Now let's just see the result. This is amazing. So this kind of looks like a complicated animation, but see how easy it was to create. So, you can experiment more on this. This is just a basic example. You can experiment more on this. Now, finally, let's create the page bottom bar navigation. So basically the, bottom bar that you find on apps. So I'll just show you the result first itself so that, you'll get an idea of what I'm going to create. So here we have the home, the profile, the search, and the settings. So basically when I, press profile, I want such an animation. When I press search, I want such an animation. When I press home, I want such an animation. So this is what we are going to create now. Yes, so here I have already got my icons ready. I hope it's visible to you. So first let's create a frame. And now let's draw 4 rectangles and curve them. And then we have to place them in equal spacing. Yes. Let's just do it quickly. Yes. So as you saw in the example, first I have the home button. Let me just copy it here. Let me just paste it here. Just a second. There is some issue. Yes. This is my home. You can just bring it here like this. This is my search. This is my settings. Now I'll just duplicate these frame 4 times. Let me just bring it down. It's going and getting pasted over here. So let's just align them linearly so that it's easy to edit. One more. Yes. So right now we have 4 frames. Let's zoom in a bit. So as you saw initially, I want my home to be red in color and the text too. And I want to place this over here. Okay. Now let me write the text over here. And I want this to be red in color. The color was FF0000%. So as we have discussed during the subscribe button also, so while coming to the next one, I actually don't want a color, but I have to give the same color for the next frame also, but you just have to adjust the opacity. So I'll just give you an example. For example, while I'm in the home page, I want this button to be red in color and I want it to be written as home, right? Now this is basically for our profile page. So here what I'll do is here also for the button I'll just give the same color, but the opacity will be 0%. Okay, but so as you can see it's still there, but the opacity is 0%. Likewise here I want it to be profile. Just change this first. Yeah. Profile. Here we gave green color. So here we'll give, but here also we'll give the same color. In the rest of the frames also we'll be giving the same green color. What was this color? Just a second, 3900. Yeah. So you have to give the exact color, but the opacity will be 0%. So you have to do likewise in everything. So I will just quickly do it because it will take a lot of time. So I'll just quickly do it and come back to you. So once that's done, we can now give the animations. So let's go to prototype. So when I want the profile section, it must go to this. It's smart animate, ease in and ease out. From here also we'll go to the second frame. So all the profiles while clicked should go to the second frame. Now all the home, for example, while clicked should go to the first frame. So follow this pattern and draw flows for each of the icons. I hope you understood. Like for example, the search button, like whichever search button they press, they have to go to the third frame. So you can draw the flow from each of the frames to the third frame. Settings will go to the fourth frame. So basically while hovering, we want these shapes to expand. So what you can do is, like the home will come from the left. So we can actually go to design. Yeah. So we can actually, move the shape toward the left. Because the home while playing will, this particular circle will come from the left side. So we are giving it to the left. Similarly the rest, for example, this settings will come from the right, so you can give it to the right side. So basically what you have to do is you have to align all these shapes. Like for example, the shapes enclosed by the home icon, you have to shift it towards the left, and the shapes enclosed by the rest of the icons, you have to shift it towards the right. So now let's see the result. Yes, this is pretty cool. As you saw, the home is coming from the left, settings is going to the right. So this is why we adjusted the shapes at the end. So yeah, you have seen some cool instances where micro animations are used. Now, before we wind up, I have a quick question for you guys. What is the primary purpose of using micro interactions in Figma when designing user interfaces? Option A, you have to add complex animations for visual appeal. Option B, to guide users through tasks by providing feedback. Option C, to enhance the layout structure of the design. And option D, to reduce the number of screens in a design.
Introduction to Color Theory. Color theory is the cornerstone of effective UI design, influencing how users perceive and interact with digital interfaces. It encompasses the study of color relationships, harmonies, contrasts, and psychological effects. At its core is the color wheel, a visual representation of the primary, secondary, and tertiary colors and their relationships. Understanding the color wheel is vital for creating harmonious color schemes that resonate with users. Color harmony refers to the pleasing combination of colors in a design, achieved through various schemes such as complementary, analogous, and triadic. These schemes play a crucial role in establishing visual coherence and conveying the intended message or mood of the interface. Contrast, another key aspect of color theory, affects readability and accessibility. High contrast between elements enhances clarity, while low contrast offers subtlety and sophistication. Moreover, colors have psychological effects, evoking emotions and associations in users. For instance, red may convey energy or urgency, while blue might evoke calmness or trust. By leveraging the psychological impact of colors, designers can create interfaces that resonate with users on an emotional level. In summary, mastering color theory empowers UI designers to create visually appealing and user-friendly interfaces that effectively communicate with and engage their audience. It serves as a powerful tool for crafting experiences that leave a lasting impression and drive user satisfaction. Understanding the color wheel. The color wheel is a fundamental tool in color theory, providing a visual representation of the relationships between colors. It consists of three primary colors, red, blue, and yellow, which cannot be created by mixing other colors. Secondary colors, such as orange, green, and purple, are formed by mixing equal parts of two primary colors. Tertiary colors are further combinations of primary and secondary colors. The arrangement of colors on the wheel is circular, illustrating their relationships and helping designers create harmonious color schemes. One common scheme is complementary colors, which are positioned opposite each other on the wheel and create strong visual contrast when used together. Analogous colors sit adjacent to each other on the wheel and often produce harmonious and cohesive designs. Triadic colors are evenly spaced around the wheel and offer a balanced yet vibrant color palette. Understanding the color wheel enables designers to make informed choices about color combinations, ensuring visual balance and impact in their designs. By leveraging the relationships between colors, designers can create interfaces that are visually appealing and effectively communicate with users. Whether designing for websites, mobile apps, or other digital platforms, the color wheel serves as a valuable tool for achieving design excellence. Color harmony in UI design. Color harmony is essential in UI design as it ensures that the combination of colors used in an interface is visually pleasing and coherent. There are several harmony schemes that designers can employ to achieve this goal. 1. Complementary harmony. Complementary colors are located opposite each other on the color wheel, creating strong visual contrast. Example, a UI using blue and orange accents. These colors enhance each other when used together, creating a vibrant and dynamic look. 2. Analogous harmony. Analogous colors are adjacent to each other on the color wheel and share similar hues. Example, a UI featuring shades of green, green, and yellow. These colors create a harmonious and cohesive appearance, making the interface feel unified. 3. Triadic harmony. Triadic colors are evenly spaced around the color wheel, forming a triangle. Example, a UI incorporating red, yellow, and blue elements. This harmony scheme offers a balanced yet vibrant color palette, creating visual interest without overwhelming the user. 4. Split complementary harmony. Similar to complementary harmony, but instead of using the exact opposite color, it utilizes two adjacent colors to the complementary color. Example, a UI using red with yellow green and blue green. This scheme maintains the contrast of complementary colors while offering a more subtle and balanced look. 5. Tetradic harmony involves the use of two pairs of complementary colors, creating a rectangular shape on the color wheel. Example, a UI combining red and green with blue and orange accents. This harmony scheme provides a wide range of color options while maintaining balance and contrast. By applying these harmony schemes effectively, UI designers can create interfaces that are visually appealing, engaging, and easy to navigate. Each scheme offers its own unique advantages, allowing designers to tailor the color palette to suit the specific needs and objectives of the interface. Importance of color contrast. Color contrast plays a crucial role in UI design, impacting readability, accessibility, and overall user experience. Contrast refers to the difference in brightness, hue, or saturation between elements in a design. High contrast enhances readability by making text and other UI elements stand out sharply against their backgrounds. It also improves accessibility for users with visual impairments, as it ensures sufficient differentiation between foreground and background elements. For example, using black text on a white background provides high contrast and optimal readability for most users. Conversely, low contrast can hinder readability and accessibility, as it may cause text and other elements to blend into the background. This can strain the eyes and make it difficult for users, especially those with visual impairments, to perceive and interact with the interface effectively. For instance, light gray text on a white background or dark blue text on a black background may result in low contrast, making it challenging for users to read. Here are examples of high and low contrast designs. High contrast. Black text on a white background. White text on a black background. Brightly colored elements against a neutral background. Low contrast. Light gray text on a white background. Dark blue text on a black background. Pale yellow text on a light green background. By prioritizing high contrast in UI design, designers can improve readability and accessibility, ensuring that users can easily perceive and engage with the content. Additionally, maintaining appropriate levels of contrast enhances the visual hierarchy of the interface, guiding users' attention to key elements and facilitating smooth navigation. Psychological effects of color. Colors have profound psychological effects on individuals, influencing emotions, perceptions, and behaviors. Understanding these effects is crucial in UI design as colors can evoke specific feelings and associations, shaping the overall user experience. Here are some common psychological effects of colors. 1. Red, associated with energy, passion, and urgency, often used to evoke excitement or draw attention to important elements, can also signify danger or warnings. 2. Blue, symbolizes calmness, trust, and stability, frequently used to create a sense of security and professionalism, can evoke feelings of tranquility and relaxation. 3. Yellow, represents optimism, happiness, and warmth, often used to convey positivity and cheerfulness, can stimulate mental activity and enhance creativity. 4. Green, symbolizes nature, growth, and harmony, associated with health, freshness, and environmental awareness, often used to promote relaxation and balance. 5. Purple, signifies luxury, creativity, and spirituality, evokes a sense of sophistication and mystery, can convey royalty and extravagance. 6. Orange, represents enthusiasm, warmth, and vitality, often used to create a sense of excitement and energy, can stimulate appetite and draw attention. 7. Black, symbolizes elegance, power, and formality, often used to convey sophistication and authority, can also evoke feelings of mystery or seriousness. 8. White, represents purity, simplicity, and cleanliness, creates a sense of spaciousness and openness, often used as a background color to enhance clarity and contrast.
Picture this. You are trying to open a door while carrying a bag of groceries in one hand and your phone in the other hand. A familiar situation, right? Well, human-centered design is all about making life easier in moments like these. Think of those automatic doors at the supermarket that magically slide open as you approach, freeing up your hands to handle your shopping. That's the power of designing with keeping people in mind. Human-centered design is like making stuff that fits people perfectly. You figure out what they like and need, using things like interviews and observations. Then, you use that information to make something that's easy and enjoyable for them to use. It's all about putting the user first and making sure what you create works great for them. So, in this video from Simplilearn, we will discuss about human-centered design process. We will give you a complete picture of all the aspects of HCD, from how it evolved to its principles, phases, and real-life applications. We got you covered.
Craving a career upgrade? Subscribe, like, and comment below. Dive into the link in the description to fast-track your ambitions. Whether you're making a switch or aiming higher, Simplilearn has your back.
But before that, if you're interested in a career in UI UX, join our immersive UI UX certification program and become an expert in just 5 months. The course offers live online classes led by renowned faculty from IIIT Bangalore. Get hands-on with capstone projects, craft your portfolio on Dribbble, and receive personalized coaching on top designer tools. Enroll now and unlock endless possibilities in the realm of UI UX design. So let's get started. Human-centered design process. Human-centered design focuses on crafting solutions that align with people's needs and behaviors, making their lives simpler and more enjoyable. Let's first look into the history of human-centered design. Human-centered design has come a long way since its beginnings in the 1960s, when it was all about making military equipment safer and easier to use. This focus on understanding how people interact with the environment soon spread to consumer products. In the 1980s, pioneers like Donald Norman emphasized the need for designs that are intuitive and user-friendly, which gave rise to user-centered design. Today, HCD principles are essential across various fields, including technology, healthcare, consumer products, public services, and education. Companies like Google and Apple prioritize user experience in their products, and sectors like healthcare and urban planning use HCD to create more accessible and inclusive services. This evolution highlights HCD's importance in crafting solutions that are not only effective and enjoyable, but also sustainable by keeping the needs and experiences of users at the forefront. So, what are some of the key principles to keep in mind while implementing a human-centered approach? Prioritize people. Always focus on individuals who will be using your product and consider their unique needs and circumstances. Remember, your goal is to create something that helps them achieve their objectives more effectively. Identify the core problem. It's essential to pinpoint the underlying issue rather than just addressing its symptoms. By tackling the root cause, you can prevent recurring issues and create more impactful solutions. Consider the whole system. Keep the broader user journey in mind, even when working on specific aspects. By understanding how each part fits into larger picture, you can create more cohesive and seamless experience. Start small, iterate often. Instead of diving straight into complex solutions, start with simple interventions and continually refine them through iterative testing and prototyping. This approach allows for gradual improvement and ensures that your solutions truly meet the needs of your users. Now, there are 6 phases in the process of HCD, which are as follows. Empathize. This phase is about understanding the people you are designing for. It involves gathering insights into their lives, needs, and challenges. You can interview potential users to understand their experiences and needs. Observe users in their environment to see how they interact with existing solutions and uncover unarticulated needs. Collect quantitative data from a larger user base to identify patterns and common issues. Define. In this phase, the insights gathered during the first phase are synthesized to define the core problems and challenges. Create detailed profiles of typical users to represent different user types. Map out the user's journey to identify pain points and opportunities for improvement. Develop a clear problem statement that encapsulates the user needs and challenges to be addressed. Next, ideate. This phase involves generating a wide range of ideas and potential solutions. Conduct sessions to generate a large number of ideas. Draw simple sketches to visualize ideas quickly. Use mind maps to explore different aspects of the problem and potential solutions. Create storyboards to illustrate how solutions might be used in real-life scenarios. Next, we have prototype. Develop representations of the ideas to explore their viability. Create low-fidelity prototypes, which are simple and inexpensive versions of the product, like paper sketches, wireframes, etc. You can also create high-fidelity prototypes, which are more detailed and functional prototypes that closely resemble the final product. Build mock-ups like visual models to test look and feel. Use tools to build interactive versions of digital products. Test. Evaluate the prototypes with real users to gather feedback and insights. Observe users interacting with the prototypes to identify usability issues. Compare different versions of the prototype to see which performs better and collect feedback through interviews, surveys, and observation. Refine the prototypes based on their feedback and test again. And the last, we have implement. Bring the final solution to life and ensure it meets user needs. Translate the final prototype into a finished product or service and deploy the product or service to the market. Then monitor user feedback and performance metrics to ensure the solution continues to meet user needs, and also make ongoing improvements based on user feedback and evolving needs. So, human-centered design approach can greatly improve our UI UX by focusing on the real needs and behaviors of the users. By understanding what users want and how they interact with the product through research and feedback, designers can create interfaces that are more intuitive and enjoyable to use. Regular testing and refining based on user input also ensure that the product continually meets their needs effectively. So we hope by now you got a clarity on what a human-centered design approach is and how the ways and processes to achieve it. Now, let's see some real-life examples of how brands applied HCD process to enhance their UI UX. First, let's see an example from IDEO, which is a global design and innovation company. So, IDEO was asked by a medical device company to design a data entry tool for nurses during a specific procedure. So, the client envisioned a sleek, futuristic gadget similar to iPad that required 2 hands to operate. However, when the IDEO team observed the medical procedure, they noticed a critical detail. Patients were anxious and scared as they were into surgery, and nurses would often hold their hands to comfort them, an essential human interaction the client has overlooked. Realizing a 2-handed device wouldn't work, IDEO brainstormed and developed a 1-handed device with a thumb scroll, which looks like this, allowing nurses to input data while still holding the patient's hand. Although it wasn't as cool as the client's original idea, it was far more practical and empathetic. So IDEO's approach focused on understanding the end user's needs and using those insights to guide their design, resulting in a solution that was unexpected but ultimately created a more human and effective experience for everyone involved. So now let's talk about the role of HCD in digital products. So human-centered design profoundly influences the UI UX of software and digital products by placing the genuine needs and behaviors of users at the forefront of the design process. Through comprehensive user research and empathetic understanding, designers gain invaluable insights into users' preferences, challenges, and motivations. This deep understanding allows for the creation of interfaces that are intuitive, user-friendly, and emotionally resonant. Now, let's see how HCD impacts UI UX of a digital product through an example. Uber uses human-centered design to make sure the app meets users' needs. They started by researching what people didn't like about traditional taxis, such as long waits and unclear pricing. The Uber app has a simple, easy-to-use interface with clear visuals. It allows quick booking with one tap and shows where the driver is in real time. Users can save favorite places and write preferences for a personalized experience. Also, the app is accessible with voice commands and adjustable text sizes. It provides fare estimates and real-time tracking to ensure transparency. So trust is built through driver ratings and safety features like an emergency button. Uber continuously improves the app based on user feedback and tests new features before releasing them widely. It supports multiple payment methods and also languages to be inclusive for all users. So these HCD principles make Uber a user-friendly, personalized and safe ride-hailing app.
So I've tested over 1000 Figma plugins, and yes, you heard that right, 1000. And honestly, most of them didn't really add much to my workflow or were just plain confusing. But then I stumbled upon these amazing 10 Figma plugins that actually work and make your life so much easier. Today I'm going to break them down category-wise and show you exactly why these plugins are a total game changer. Whether you want to speed up your design process, add killer visuals, or even turn your designs into real websites, I have got you covered. So let's jump right in. So the first category is design conversion and code magic. So number one Figma plugin is HTML to design. Imagine grabbing any website on the internet and turning it into a fully editable Figma file in seconds. No more screenshots or painstaking manual rebuilds. This plugin is a massive time saver for competitive analysis or getting inspiration directly into your workspace. So our first plugin is HTML to design. So first you just need to head over to Figma from here and then you can just select design. Now after you select design, you can just head over to the top left, the main menu section from here and you can select plugin. And then I have already used HTML to design plugin from here, but then you can actually go to manage plugins from here and search for HTML. Okay, you'll get this HTML to design plugin here, right? So just click on that. So this will actually import your website to the Figma, and let's suppose you can just import any website, whatever you want to import. So let's suppose I want to import Netflix. So I'll just write here netflix.com, and you can actually change the aspect ratio, the viewports, theme and languages from here. So let's suppose I want the viewport to be maybe on a mobile phone, which I'll just select this one. And you also have this language option, which is obviously English. Okay, so after I select it from here, I'll just click on import. So it's actually importing our website to our Figma plugin. So now as you can see, our website's interface is ready here. It's the whole Netflix user interface, which you can see from here. And now the amazing part is you can actually edit whatever elements you want to. If you want to add some containers here or add any component, change the layout or whatever you want to have any changes as per as your needs, you can do that. So you can actually have this auto layout option also. You can you can just select any frame, whatever frame you want to have an edit. So after selecting any frame, you can just change the flow, the layout, and you have all these options from here. So it's really amazing. You also get this layout guide option where you have the grid aspect ratio, whatever you want to keep it, and the effects option as well. If you want any drop shadow or any colors you want to fill or any strokes you want to add. So let's suppose I want to add the stroke option. So you can actually change the color and just modify your changes as per as your needs. At number second, we have bold. Here's a secret weapon. Bold lets you do the reverse. Take your Figma designs and turn them into working websites and apps without writing a single line of code. Just add .new to your Figma URL and boom, responsive live sites based on your designs. Seriously, if you want to wow your clients, check this out. Now next I'll be showing you Bolt here. So just head over to bolt.new, and it's not actually a plugin but it works as magic. I'll show you how you can do it. So you can actually import it from Figma. So you'll just have to select this option. What you can do is you can actually paste the Figma URL here. So let's suppose this is the interface in which I want to import it to Bolt. So you'll just have to select to any frame, not the page, but the frame URL. So after I've selected the frame URL, just copy paste the link from here. And then you can head over to Bold and just paste the Figma URL. And then you can just select on import Figma frame into Bold. So it will actually connect the API of Figma and the Bolt. So now it will actually generate the code for you, the whole website's URL which you had provided, plus with the interface. So now as you can see, it has imported our Figma frame into Bold. It will take quite a few seconds now. So it's basically installing all the dependencies to start our application, and our preview will actually appear here. So here is our code which you can see. Now this is the readme.md and this is the tailwind configuration. You can get all your code here in the React. This is our HTML file. Here you have all the components, the UI, batch, input, scroll, all the components, you'll get it from here. Now, if you want to have any changes in the code, you can actually edit it here as well if you want to make any changes in your styles, buttons, icons, or anything. So now as you can see, it has actually imported our content here, the interface, and it looks exactly the same as a content, the frame which I had copied the paste, exactly the same. You can also go to this go to main content from here. So this was our actual user interface which I had copied the frame URL. You can see, and it looks exactly the same, right? See, it's exactly the same. Now the coolest part here is you can actually edit anything which you want, and here you can actually give the AI whatever changes you want to make. So let's suppose I made it change this to up to $50 off. Okay, and I'm just entering here. So it's actually updating the component section from here. It might take a bit of time. So now that you can see the changes is visible right here in front of you. Now this works exactly the reverse of HTML to design plugin, and this is one of my favorite plugins I've ever used. Second category is image and visual enhancers. So number 3 plugin is Icons Aid Background Remover. No access to fancy AI tools? No problem. This plugin removes background from your images quickly and cleanly, all inside Figma. So now let me show you how to use Icons Aid Background Remover. So let's suppose I have this image here selected, and so I'll just go to the main menu from here and I'll just select plugins, and here I have this Icons Aid Background Remover to remove our background. So it's loading our plugin. So now you can see it has actually removed the background from here, and this is a really must-go plugin if you're looking to enhance the quality of your picture or just to remove your background. At number 4, we have beautiful shadows. Now, shadows adds depth and life to flat designs. This plugin gives you smooth, realistic shadows that instantly add polish without hours of tweaking. Now let me show you how beautiful shadows work. So again, you just select your plugin, manage plugin, and we'll just search for beautiful. So we've got this plugin from here. So it's basically you'll have to just rotate this icon from here to apply the shadow effects, which you can see from here. How am I applying it? So from here you have got this effect option. So let's suppose I want to make an inner shadow. So from here you can just apply the changes. So you can see the inner shadow coming, how it looks like. So now I've selected this frame from here, this component, and I'm just moving this. You can see the shadow appearing, right? So now you can just change the color from here. So let's suppose I want to keep it red. I'll just select apply. So the shadow has appeared again. So this is how you can add beautiful shadows using this plugin. At number 5, we have Pixels. Need free high-quality images? Pixel pulls millions of photos from photographers worldwide, all free for personal and commercial use. Finding the perfect image has never been easier. So to use Pixels, just go to Plugins, Manage Plugins from here and search for Pixels. You'll get this first link. Just double click on that. And now you can just you can just adjust this pixelated, how you want your image to be pixelated from here. So let's suppose I want to keep it 44, so it appears to be like this. Let's suppose I want to keep it this much. So this is how your image will become pixelated. So you can pick out the color, the quality, whatever you want, however you want your picture to be. And see, this is the pixelated image from here. So this is how you can use the Pixel plugin. Third category is color and gradients. Number 6 Figma plugin is Mesh Gradient. This plugin takes gradients beyond simple fades. Create complex 2D mesh gradients that add sophistication and depth to your backgrounds and UI elements. Now I'll show you how to use a mesh gradient. So it's the same again, you just need to go to this title menu bar from here, manage plugins, and search for this mesh gradient. So from here, as you can see, this is the color we have generated. You can change the mesh, whatever color you want, however you want to create your mesh gradient to be. So let's suppose you can just add more effects from here. So this is how you use a mesh gradient. And after your this gradient, you can customize it accordingly, whatever you want. And then you can just select on generate. So now you can see our mesh gradient is ready from here. And if you want, you can also animate it and also you can add some text, whatever you want to add. Now this plugin is really cool because it would take you for maybe hours to generate this mesh gradient, but then using this plugin, it's like within seconds you can create this mesh. At number 7, we have got Tailwind CSS Color Generator. Struggling with color palettes, this tool generates entire color scales from one hex code, plus creates color styles and variables automatically. Perfect if you use Tailwind CSS. Now to use Tailwind CSS Color Generator, just search for Tailwind. You can see from here Tailwind CSS Color Generator. Just double click on this plugin. And then you can just select your color palette from here. You have this hex code ready for you where you can use it in your image if you want to use this palette. And see, we have got various palettes for our images and you have a variety of styles. Now you can actually create a color guide from here and then you can just select on create styles from here. So as you can see, these are the color palettes ready with the hex code numbers as well. So you can copy the number from here and you can use it to create images and use as that fillers. Now this plugin is also one of my favorite amazing plugin, and you get a variety of color palettes from here, so it's good. Fourth category is workflow and UX tools. Now number 8 plugin is Autoflow. Mapping user flows, Autoflow connects screens and frames automatically, turning complex ideas into reality. Now to use Autoflow, just go and search for Autoflow from this plugin and just tap on the first plugin which you get. Now, once your layout is ready for you to present it in front of the developers about the structure of your website and the interfaces which you're adding. So from here, you can add any arrows and any shape flow which you want to direct it so that it would be easy for you to understand. I mean, for the developers to understand. So we've got a lot of option. Let's suppose it's this arrow, right? So just click on the frame, whatever you want to connect it with the other one. Just press the frame wherever you want to connect it with and the other frame. So you can see, you can just press it and this arrow will be coming here. I mean, you just have to press the shift key and you can see the arrow right here. So like this, you can actually prepare a flow of your interface. You can also add the text you want to. So again, here I've added this flow. I mean, the chart from here, you can actually connect it with the starting and the ending points. So let's suppose I want to connect it with this one. And you can also add the text here if you want to insert it. So this is how Autoflow works. Number 9 Figma plugin is Vectorized Bitmap. Turn any raster image into a crisp, scalable vector with transparency and multiple colors intact. Perfect for logos and icons, no more pixelation. Now to use Vectorized Bitmap, again just head over to this main menu and just go to plugins. Just search for Vectorized Bitmap. So you get this tool for converting raster image to vector images. So basically it will trace your image and it will convert your bitmap image to your vector images. So I'll just click on run. So now you can see it has converted our this vector bitmap image to vector images. You can just spot the difference from here. And you can also add colors. We have this color where you can just increase. Maybe I can make it up to 50. And you can just have a look on the effect and the changes. And you can also reduce the noise if you want to. So you get a plenty of option to use this plugin from here. You can also add your customization accordingly. You can add the fill libraries, the exposure contrast from here. So this is how you use this plugin, where you can just convert your bitmap images or any icon images to this vector icon and vectorize it. At number 10, we've got Stark. Accessibility matters. Stark is your toolkit to check color contrast, stimulate vision impairments, and make sure your designs are inclusive. Now at last, I'll show you how to use Stark. So it's just the same. Just go to manage plugins from here. Search for Stark. You have this contrast and accessibility checker where you can fix color contrast and typography issues. So you can see what is written here, where you can create and test accessible software in record time. So we'll just run and see where this tool will help you to combine and streamline your accessibility workflow. So here you can see in this plugin, you've got this option of testing tools of contrast, typography, touch targets, vision stimulator, all text focus, so many things you've got. So you can just select any frame. Let's suppose I want to enhance the typography. So now we'll just, I think you just have to get this account fixed for using this particular testing tool. So I'll just click on auto scan and fix. So it's actually scanning the page, and you can see from here the violations are 0, and you can upgrade to premium, or you can just view the plans. And these are the potential. There is no focus order annotated for the frame, and these are the test cases, and it's passed. The color passes A standards and all of that. So you can actually change the color standards as well. So this is how I use the auto scan and fix. So in the similar way, if you want to use more vision stimulator or monitoring or anything, you have this thing right here. So I'll just show you how to use. Maybe if I want to use blurred or maybe yellowing, so I'll just click on that and click on generate. So you can just select on any layer. Let's suppose I select this and I'll just click on generate. So you can see it has created this yellowing of this particular page, the layer which I used it. In the similar way, let's suppose if you want this ghosting thing or a lot of loss of contracts, bright light, you can again click on generate, and here we have it. So it will give you a lot of options to enhance the contrast and accessibility, to check how you can use different tools to create more stunning visual images and formats. You also have this touch targets from here. So you would need the premium version for this. So here you get a lot of option to actually use annotation tools to create more enhanced layers of your design, whatever you have created. A bonus plugin here is Mockup Studio. If you want to impress clients with stunning mockups directly in Figma, Mockup Studio got you covered with tons of templates and customization options. Now I'll show you how to use a Mockup Studio. So again, you have to just go to here, plugins, manage plugin, and search for Mockup Studio. So here you have it, Mockup Studios, where you can create mockup generators with. This is how you can just choose a frame and you can just create mockup studios. So I'll just click on run. So obviously in the free version you'll get some limited access, but then if you have the premium version, you'll get a lot of layouts and the features to use. So let's suppose we have this image here, and these are the different mockup styles for that images. You can see from here the different styles. So this is how you can create mockup images. You can also customize your mockup image from here. So if you click on customize, you have this background thing where you, whatever background you want to keep it. So let's suppose I want to keep it black or yellowish. So black looks good to me. You have this gradient option where you can insert these gradients. So you can keep it this, or you can just increase the texture. So see, you have a lot of options, right? So this is actually a bonus tool which will help you to actually impress your client. So by creating the mock-up images of the product or whatever the interface you're creating, and it has a lot of options to make your interface look more appealing and enhancing the quality by creating multiple images. Of course, these designs are inclusive, and I would genuinely suggest you to use this plugin, Mockup Studio.
Hello everyone, welcome back to Simplilearn's YouTube channel. Have you ever wondered what grids really are and why they are so important in design? Well, grids are like invisible guidelines that help you organize your designs neatly. They are made of rows and columns that ensure everything is aligned and looks balanced, whether it's a website or a mobile app. Think of them as a backbone of your layout. It's what makes your design look professional and easy to navigate. Now, why do we need to make grids responsive? Simple. People use all kinds of devices these days. Big screens, small screens, and everything in between. By creating responsive grids, you ensure your designs adapts beautifully to any screen size without breaking or looking cluttered. So in this video, I'll show you how to set up responsive grid in Figma step by step so you can create clean, flexible designs that look great everywhere. So let's get started. But before that, here is a quick info for you guys. You can unlock your potential with Simplilearn's advanced certification in UI UX design and dive into the world of user-centered design. This course covers essential skills like wireframing, prototyping, usability testing, and mastering industry-leading tools such as Sketch, Figma, and Adobe XD. A Gen AI-powered UI UX design course focused on practical learning. So whether you're an aspiring designer, a developer looking to expand your skill set, or someone transitioning into the UI UX field, this program offers hands-on experience, real-world projects, and expert guidance from industry experts. So enroll today to begin your journey toward a successful career in UI UX design with Simplilearn. You can find the course link in the description box and pinned comments. So first, let's create a frame. For that, let's hit the F button on the keyboard. So either you can, select any of the frames from here, like for your desktop. Right now, I'm just creating a frame with a width of 1440 pixels because usually while we are working for desktop designs, we give 1440 pixels for the width. And let's just rename my frame as desktop. Yeah. So now let's add the grid. Now for adding the grid, you can just go to your right bottom. Here you have the layout grid. Hit the plus symbol, add grid symbol. Now by default, you'll get the grid. But right now, like for this project, we don't want grid. We'll be working with rows and columns separately. So we'll just go here. We'll change the grid system to columns. We'll first work with columns. And we need 12 columns. So basically, while we are working with desktop, while we are designing for desktop, we actually use a grid of 12 columns. Yeah. Here, as you can see, in the type, you have 4 options: left, right, center, and stretch. So make sure that you are in stretch. You select the stretch mode because, basically we need responsiveness. So when I say responsiveness, it means that when I shrink the frame, when I expand the frame, or when I shrink the frame, I want to make sure so these columns contract and expand according to the movement of the frame. For example, I'll just show you if I would have selected center, right? So as you can see, there are 12 columns. Till now, there are 12 columns, right? But after that, when I narrow it down, the number of columns becomes less because it is not responsive. But on the other hand, while I keep it in the stretch mode, right now I have 12 columns. So even if I contract it, as you can see, there are still 12 columns, right? So that is called responsiveness. So to attain responsiveness, make sure that, so for responsiveness, make sure that your grid is in the stretch mode. Now we'll keep a margin of 64 units and gutter of 24 units. So margin means it's the space, outside the grid, like the margin of a page. And the gutter means it's the spaces in between the grids, in between the columns or rows. Okay. Now, as you might have observed, the values that I've kept are multiples of 4 or 8. Like for example, margin. For margin, I've kept 64, which is a multiple of 4 and 8. And for gutter, I've kept 24, which is a multiple of 4 and 8. And we'll be doing this throughout the video because mostly 4-point and 8-point grid systems are widely used while designing. So now what does the 4-point and 8-point grid system mean? Let's see. Now the 4-point and 8-point grid systems are ways to keep designs neat and consistent by using multiples of 4 or 8 pixels for spacing, sizing, and alignment. For example, if you're designing a button, its height could be 40 pixels, which is 8 into 5, and the padding around it could be 16 pixels, which is 8 into 2. Now, the 8-point grid is more common because it works well for both big and small screens, while the 4-point grid is used for more detailed designs. Now, here are some of the reasons why it is widely used. Number one, it keeps designs neat. The grid makes sure everything is aligned and spaced evenly so designs look clean and organized. Number two, works on all screens. The 8-point grid adjusts easily to different screen sizes, making designs look good everywhere. And number three is easy for developers. It's simple to code because the sizes and spacing match what developers use in their work. So now that you know what a 4-point and 8-point grid system is, now why are these values very important? Like for example, many people have a confusion with what value should I use, for the margin while designing. So as already seen, mostly we keep multiples of 4 or 8, but then what is there any exact value that we are supposed to keep for margin? So the size of the margin that you keep totally is determined by the container size. So now what is a container? Let's take an example. So this is an example of a website that I have taken for explanation from the Figma community. So basically, container in Figma is a frame or shape used to group and organize design elements, providing structure and alignment in layouts. So basically, it helps maintain consistency by holding related items, like it can be text, images, or buttons within a defined space. So containers are crucial for responsive designs as they control how elements resize or reposition across different screen sizes. So for example, if this is your frame, as you can see, this is one container. As you can see, this is one container and it has related elements. Basically, container means it's actually groups. Okay, so it's like this is a container where it has grouped the related elements. Now this is another container. As you can see, these are individual entities. This text, these texts, this image is an individual entity, but as it is but then as it is a part of the hero section, it is under one container. So basically, these are containers, and the margin that you select depends, like as you can see, these are the margins. So the margin size will totally depend on the container size that you decide while designing. Now the container size also varies along with the different device resolutions, which is very obvious. Like if I give you an example, if I want a container size of say maybe 1120, okay, for a desktop of width 1440. So what I would do is, this is a desktop with a 1440, and right now let me just draw a rectangle. Just consider that this is my container, okay. So right now the container size is 1312, but then I want it as 1120. So for that, what I would do is I would go to my desktop and I would change my margin to something like 160. Now let me see what my container size would be. As you can see, the container size is 1120. So first I will decide what my container size should be, and then I'll decide the margin. So for now, let it be 64 itself. Yes. Let me just expand a bit. Now for designing, columns alone are not enough. We need horizontal rows too. So for that, again head over to the layout grid, hit the plus icon. Again, you will get a grid, edit it, go to rows. Now in rows, we'll just change the type from stretch to top because I basically need the rows from the top, from the very top. So I'll keep it as top, and we will give the number as 500. Okay, like we'll give a count of 500 or 1000 or anything, like we'll give a huge number. So basically why it is, even while I expand, like while designing, even while I expand, I don't want the rows to end suddenly. So that's why I give a pretty big number. Let's go back, and height I will set it as 8 because basically here I'm working with 8-point grid. So I'll keep the height as 8. The offset will be 0. The gutter will be 8 again. Okay, now again, what is offset? So offset is basically the margin, like you can call it as the top and bottom margin. Like for example, if I kept the offset as 50, it would actually give a margin on the top and bottom, but basically we don't need it now. So let's just keep it 0. Yes. So now let's just make a rough design just to show you the use of grids. So we already made video on how to make a responsive design. So please check it out. So here we'll draw a rectangle for the header. Let me just zoom in. Yeah, we'll make a rectangle for header. So this is how you make use of the horizontal grid. Horizontal rows and vertical columns. So if this is the header, I would Now I want the content. So for the content or for the hero section, let me just consider, rectangles. I'll just duplicate it. Yep, and I just need a footer too. So I'll just duplicate this also. Now what I'll do is, as this is the content section, so what I would do is I'll just hold the shift key and I would group them. Now as you saw, this is the group and this is the container size that I would like to work in this design. And this was the container that we were talking about earlier in this video. As you can see, let me just zoom a bit. When I move this, so when I move the cursor, it actually snaps to the next point, right? As you remember, this is the 8-point grid system. So it snaps to the next point. Now let me just, it's always not easy to drag. So now let me just use the arrow button. I'll just zoom again. Yeah. So when I'm using the arrow button in the keyboard, it's just moving by 1 pixel. As you can see, it's just moving by 1 pixel. So working with arrow alone is not convenient. Like for example, I would want to shift 8 pixels at once, right? Okay, let me just adjust this. Yeah, 8 pixels at once. So for that, we use shift plus arrow in the keyboard. So let's just try that, shift plus arrow. But here is the problem. As you can see, I was here and this is the 8th pixel, right? But then while I use shift plus arrow, it moves almost 10 pixels and I don't want that. And that is because we haven't set the nudge value. Okay. Now there is a thing called nudge value where it will be set by default minimum as 0 and maximum as 10. So minimum means with one arrow it will go 1 pixel and maximum with shift and arrow it will go to the 10th pixel. Okay. Now so we have to change, like let the minimum nudge value be 1, not 0, sorry, 1. But I want the maximum nudge value to be just 8. For that, you have an option over here. As you can see, there's a Figma icon. You can go to actions and here, I've just used it, or else you can search for nudge amount. So here you can find small nudges 1, but the big nudge, I want it to be just 8. Right? So now let me try. I kept the cursor here. I press shift plus the bottom arrow. As you can see, it moves exact 8 pixels. Now while working with responsiveness, we usually work on 3 devices. So let's create frames for tablet and mobile as well. So let's just delete all this for time being. Yeah. So again, let's create a frame. So I want my tablet frame to be of 770 pixels wide. Rename this as tablet. Now again, either you can manually, go and add the columns and rows like how we did for the desktop. Or else what you can do is, you can just go to this frame. Let me just zoom out a bit. Go to this frame. Select both. Just a second. Yeah, you'll find a, hand symbol. Hold shift key. Select both of them. Hit Ctrl+C or Command+C. Go to your tablet and just paste it. So as you can see, we got the exact grid, but again, we don't need these many number of columns because we don't have much space in the tablet, right? So like as we move on to tablet and mobile, we have constraints with space. So for tablet, basically, see the the horizontal rows will remain the same, right? But then we need to change the values of the column grid. So let's just go to columns. So basically for tablet, we work with 8 columns. And also we don't need this much margin because there's a lot of space wastage. So let's keep the margin to something like 32, right? So this is tablet, and similarly it's done for mobile as well. You just have to duplicate, rename it as mobile. So for mobile, basically we normally keep a width of 480 pixels. So again in the mobile frame, we don't have to change any parameters of the horizontal rows. We just have to change the parameters of the vertical columns. So let's just change that. So basically we'll be working with 4 columns over here. Again, we can, reduce the margin. And you can also reduce the gutter size. So that's it. You now know how to create responsive grids in Figma and why they are so important for clean professional designs. Remember, grids aren't just guidelines, they are the key to making your layouts consistent and adaptable across all devices. Take a moment to observe the space around you, the layout of your room, the organization of your kitchen shelves, or even the app you are using to watch this video. Each started as a problem waiting to be solved. But how do these everyday challenges turn into thoughtful, user-focused solutions? That's where Design Sprint comes in. Welcome to yet another video from Simplilearn, where we will discuss about the Design Sprint in UI UX. So in this video, we will cover what a design sprint is, the 5 phases of design sprint, how to plan a design sprint, the benefits of design sprint, and the design sprint retrospective. Let's start with what exactly is a design sprint. So a design sprint is a focused 5-day process designed to address complex challenges by quickly designing, prototyping, and testing solutions. So it's like compressing months of work into a single efficient week, providing teams with actionable insights in record time. So for example, Airbnb used a design sprint to enhance their booking experience. So the team wanted to make it easier for users to find and book unique stays while ensuring hosts felt supported. So through the sprint, they produced a revamped search interface, tested it with users, and gained critical feedback that shaped the final product. So this not only improved the user experience, but also aligned the platform with their vision of creating seamless travel journeys. So why do we use a design sprint? So here's why sprints are a game changer. So number one, it saves time. So traditional product development cycles can take months with endless back and forth decisions, but a design sprint condenses this process into just 5 days. Next is it is user focused. So the sprint process centers around real user feedback. So by involving users early through testing, teams can identify what works and what doesn't, significantly reducing the risk of launching something users won't like. And then it is versatile. So design sprints aren't limited to tech companies, they're effective across industries. So in retail, teams have used sprints to redesign store layouts to enhance customer flow. In healthcare, sprints have been used to improve patient experiences by rethinking check-in processes or designing user-friendly telehealth apps. So by embracing design sprints, companies can innovate faster, focus on users' needs, and apply this methodology to nearly any industry challenge. So it's a recipe for efficient and impactful problem solving. So now as we clearly know what a design sprint is and why it is used, let's talk about the 5 phases of a design sprint. So basically, design sprints are divided into 5 phases. Each phase has a clear purpose and helps teams move step by step from understanding the problem to testing a solution. So let's explore each phase now. So the first phase focuses on understanding the problem. So the team gathers to discuss the challenge, define goals, and collect insights about users. So this phase involves brainstorming, reviewing user feedback, and hearing from experts to ensure everyone is on the same page. So teams also create a map to visualize the problem and identify the areas they need to focus on. So for example, imagine a grocery delivery app that's losing customers because users find it hard to navigate. So in this phase, the team studies user reviews, talks to the customer support team, and maps out the current app flow. So they identify that users struggle to find specific products and often abandon their carts. So this phase ensures the team has a clear understanding of the problem they are trying to solve before diving into solution. Now the second phase is sketch. So in this phase, each team member works individually to come up with possible solutions. So instead of group brainstorming, everyone sketches their own ideas, which helps avoid groupthink and ensures creative variety. So these sketches don't need to be detailed, they are just quick drawings to share initial thoughts. So for example, in the grocery app, one team member might sketch an improved search bar with smart suggestions, and another might propose a category-based navigation system. So someone else could suggest a feature to save frequently bought items for easy reordering. So this phase allows the team to explore multiple creative approaches and generate a pool of ideas. Now the next phase is decide. So once all ideas are on the table, the team reviews them together to pick the most promising solution. So they discuss the pros and cons of each idea and use methods like voting or dot stickers to reach a decision. So this phase also includes creating a storyboard which is a step-by-step plan of how the solution will work. So for example, the team evaluates the sketches and decides to focus on the smart search bar and category-based navigation. In the example of a grocery app. So they create a storyboard showing how a user will search for items, add them to cart, and complete the checkout process. So by the end of this phase, the team has a clear idea of the solution they will prototype. Now let's move on to the next phase, which is prototype. So the prototype phase is about bringing the chosen idea to life in a quick and realistic way. So teams build a working model of the solution that looks and feels real but isn't fully functional. So tools like Figma, Sketch, or InVision are often used to create interactive prototypes. So for example of the grocery app, the team creates a clickable prototype of the new search bar and navigation system. So users can interact with the prototype to search for items, browse categories, and add products to their cart. So the prototype acts as a testable version of the solution, helping teams gather user feedback without spending months on development. And the last phase is the testing phase. So the final phase is all about testing the prototype with real users. So the team observes how users interact with the solution, takes notes on their behavior, and collects feedback. So this phase helps identify what works well and what needs improvement. So for example, the team invites like 5 users to try the new grocery app prototype. And they notice that users love the smart search bar, but find the category navigation a bit confusing. So based on this feedback, the team tweaks the design before implementing it in the app. So by testing, it ensures that the solution is user-friendly and solves the problem effectively before it is fully developed. So by now, I hope you understood the importance of a design sprint and how it makes the development process easier. So now let's move on to how to plan a design sprint. So planning a design sprint is essential to ensure a smooth, productive, and focused process. So proper preparation helps the team tackle the problem effectively and make the most of the sprint week. So here's how to plan it step by step. Number 1 is research the problem. So before starting the sprint, conduct thorough research to understand the problem and identify user pain points. Collect data from user feedbacks, surveys, or usage analytics to ensure the problem being tackled is clear and meaningful. So this research acts as a guide for the team throughout the sprint. Next is call in experts. So during the sprint, especially in the understand phase, involve experts who can provide valuable insights. These could include stakeholders, team leads, or individuals with specific knowledge of the problem. So the input helps the team get a well-rounded perspective on the challenge, making it easier to define a clear solution. Next is set up the space. So a dedicated space for the sprint is crucial. Ensure the room is equipped with tools like whiteboards, markers, sticky notes, and other brainstorming essentials. So the environment should encourage creativity and collaboration. So keep the team comfortable with snacks, water, and a relaxed setup to maintain energy levels and focus. And the next step is to set clear rules. So establish rules to minimize distractions and ensure everyone remains engaged. So for example, prohibit the use of phones during work sessions to maintain focus and encourage respectful collaboration where all ideas are welcomed and ensure the team sticks to the schedule for each phase of the sprint. Clarity and discipline create an efficient and productive workflow. And finally, define teams and roles. So assign clear roles to each participant to streamline the process. So common roles include a facilitator to guide the team, a decision maker to resolve conflicts, and team members who bring in diverse perspectives. So having defined roles ensures accountability and smooth progress throughout the sprint. So as you can see, effective planning sets the tone for the entire sprint. It helps the team stay focused, aligned, and equipped to generate meaningful solutions. And a well-organized sprint ensures maximum productivity and increases the chances of achieving impactful results. So now before we move further, I have a quick quiz for you guys. So head over to the description box, try to answer the questions and come back. So now as you have seen how to plan a sprint, let's move on to some of the key benefits of design sprint. So number 1 is team collaboration. So design sprints bring together people from different departments, blending diverse perspectives. This collaboration ensures solutions are innovative, well-rounded, and aligned with business goals while fostering open communication and teamwork. Number 2 is lower risk. So by testing ideas early with prototypes and user feedback, teams can identify flaws before full-scale development. So this approach reduces costly mistakes and ensures the product meets user expectations from the start. And the third key benefit is speed to market. So design sprints condense months of work into just 5 days, as discussed earlier, providing faster insights and decisions. So this accelerated process allows companies to adapt quickly, iterate efficiently, and stay ahead of competitors. So these benefits make design sprints an invaluable approach for creating impactful, user-centered solutions that can save time, minimize risk, and drive collaboration. So finally, let's get into the design sprint retrospective. So, a design sprint retrospective is a session held at the end of a sprint to reflect on the process, celebrate successes, address challenges, and identify ways to improve. So, it encourages team members to share feedback on what worked well, what didn't, and what could be done differently next time. So, by fostering open discussions in a supportive environment, the team can optimize workflows, enhance collaboration, and ensure smoother sprints in the future. So, common frameworks like Start, Stop, Continue, or Maths at GLAD help structure feedback, leading to actionable takeaways such as refining roles, improving communication, or adjusting tools and resources. So, retrospectives ensure continuous learning and growth, helping teams deliver better outcomes in subsequent sprints. So that was it, guys, about the design sprints. Hope you got a clear idea about what a design sprint is, the 5 phases of design sprint, how to plan a design sprint, and the key benefits of it. So, what exactly is a portfolio in the context of UI UX design? A portfolio is essentially your showcase. It's your opportunity to display the breadth and depth of your skills and creativity to potential clients or employers. Unlike many other professions, where your resume does most of the talking, in UI UX design, your portfolio is the main thing that will make or break your chances of landing that job or project. It's a visual resume, but with storytelling. Through your portfolio, you demonstrate your problem-solving abilities, design process, and how you approach real-world challenges. Think of it as a narrative. You're not just showing pretty screens, you're showing how you arrived at a solution, what the problem was, and how your design impacts the user experience. So in short, a great UI UX portfolio not only highlights your skills, but also communicates your thought process and the value you bring to the table. Now that we know what a portfolio is, let's talk about what should go in it. So the content of your portfolio should be carefully curated to highlight your best works and demonstrate versatility. So here's a checklist of key elements. Number 1, case studies. Now, these are the heart of your portfolio. You need at least 3 to 5 solid case studies. Each should tell the full story, from problem to solution, starting with the research phase, wireframing, prototyping, and final visual designs. Next comes process documentation. So don't just show the end product. People want to see how you got in there. So include sketches, wireframes, iterations, and feedback loops. So explain your thought process and design decisions along the way. Now comes user research. Show that you understand the users you're designing for. Include personas, user flows, journey maps, and insights you gathered during the research phase. Next comes visual design. The aesthetic part of your work should reflect your UI skills. Highlight your use of typography, color schemes, and UI elements like buttons, icons, etc. And then prototyping and testing. Include any user testing you did, along with the results and how you implemented changes based on feedback. And then about section. So don't forget to introduce yourself. This section should explain your background, what got you into design, your approach to UI UX, and what kind of projects you enjoy. Ultimately, you want to showcase your ability to solve real-world problems through design while also showing your creativity. Now, I hear this question all the time, like how do I make a portfolio if I don't have any experience? So here you have the good news. It's completely possible to build an impressive portfolio even if you're starting from scratch. So next, here are a few strategies to help them. Number 1 is personal projects. So you can create your own hypothetical projects. It could be redesigning an existing app or website, solving a problem you have noticed in your daily life, or even creating a product from scratch based on a concept. So these projects still showcase your abilities. Next comes volunteer work or freelancing. So you can offer your skills to non-profits, small businesses, or startups that may not have a big budget for design. So it's a win-win situation, like you get experience and they get much needed help. Next comes design challenges. So you can participate in UI UX design challenges on platforms like Behance or Dribble. You can also find daily or weekly challenges that push you to design under different constraints. So these can go straight into your portfolio. Next are case studies from mock projects. So even if the project isn't real, you can still approach it like a real-world case study. So outline the problem, research, and demonstrate your design process and final solution. So remember, the key is to show your thinking process and problem-solving skills, not necessarily who you have worked for. Alright, so once you have gathered your projects, the next question is, how do I organize them? So there are a few golden rules for formatting. Alright, so once you have gathered your projects, the next question is, how do I organize them? So there are a few golden rules for formatting. Number 1, keep it simple and clean. Don't overwhelm visitors with too many visuals or texts. The focus should be on your work. Use a minimal design so your projects stand out. Next comes storytelling. Structure each case study like a story. Introduce the project, the problem, your role, your process, and finally the solution. So provide enough context so that someone with no background in design can understand your thinking. Number 3 is responsive design. Make sure your portfolio looks good on both desktop and mobile. You're a UI UX designer, so this is a must. It shows you understand the importance of good user experience. Number 4 comes interactive prototypes. So if possible, include interactive prototypes. So tools like Figma or InVision allow you to embed live prototypes that can be clicked through, giving a more immersive experience for the viewer. And then comes ease of navigation. So organize your content so that it's easy to find. Use categories like UI design, UX case studies, or mobile projects if you have multiple skill sets. So now let's quickly talk about some common mistakes to avoid. Number 1, too much focus on visuals. So remember, UX is just as important as UI. So don't make your portfolio all about flashy interfaces. Show that you understand the user experience side as well. Then comes not explaining your process. Now, employers don't just want to see the final result. They want to know how you got there. So beautiful design without context might not be enough. Number 3 is overloading with projects. So quality is over quantity. It's better to have 3 strong projects with deep insights than 10 surface level ones. Then comes ignoring feedback and iterations. So design is a collaborative process. Show that you can take feedback and refine your work. Do not skip this part. Then finally comes unpolished visual design. So if you're applying for UI UX roles, your portfolio itself needs to have a great visual design. So make sure it's polished, easy to navigate, and a pleasure to use. So finally, having known all this, let's talk about where to build and host your portfolio. Luckily, there are some fantastic platforms that makes this process super easy. So number 1 is Behance, perfect for UI UX designers. So Behance is a popular platform that allows you to create beautiful project presentations, interact with the design community, and showcase your work to potential employers. Next is Dribbble, known for its creative community. Dribbble is ideal if you want to showcase short snapshots of your work, particularly UI design. It's more visual, but still a good place to start. Next is WordPress or Webflow. So if you want a custom website, WordPress with a design theme or Webflow can give you full control. Webflow in particular is a favorite among designers because it combines web design and development tools, making it easier to build beautiful responsive portfolios. Next comes Adobe Portfolio. If you're already an Adobe Creative Cloud subscriber, you can use Adobe Portfolio to build a website easily. It's simple but integrates well with other tools. And finally, we have Carbon Made. It's a user-friendly platform designed specifically for portfolios. It has beautiful templates and is great if you're looking for an easy setup with little to no coding involved. So you can pick a platform that best fits your needs and make sure it's easy to update over time. So now that you got a clear idea on how to create a portfolio, let's see a portfolio from Behance. So this is a well-made portfolio. So as you can see, first they have mentioned the objective, scope, and design approach, followed by a detailed client profile. After which they have given a detailed timeline explaining the process they went through, which includes planning, research, wireframe, and visual design, and the tools they have used for the same. After which they have portrayed the color palette and the text styles used. Then they have given the dashboard wireframe, and then the login page, the UI design, and different pages in the website, thus making it a complete and well-made portfolio. So before you start with making your portfolio, make sure you refer to many other portfolios to get more ideas. And that was it. Those are the tips on how to create a stunning UI UX design portfolio even if you don't have a ton of experience. So remember, your portfolio is a living document. Keep it updated, refine it, and let it grow as you grow as a designer.
With a projected growth rate of 13% from 2020 to 2030, the demand for UI UX designers is booming.
offering a large ocean of possibilities. The field of UI UX is not just about creating visually stunning interfaces, it's about shaping the future of how users interact with the technology. So in this video, we are diving into the world of UI UX design. We'll start by answering the question, who is a UI UX designer? Then we will delve into the nitty-gritty of salaries for UI UX designer and what factors influence those numbers. Next up, we will talk about the essential tools you will need as an aspiring UI UX designer. We'll focus on mastering a key tool, Figma, and before why it's must-have for your toolkit. Then, we will discuss the skills required to become a successful UI UX designer. From creativity to problem solving, we will cover it all. After that, we will break down the responsibilities of a UI UX designer. You'll get a clear understanding of what it takes to excel in this role. Finally, we will outline steps you need to take to become a UI UX designer. Whether you're just starting out or looking to level up your skills, we have got you covered.
Who is a UI UX designer? A UX designer is a professional responsible for creating the look, feel, and usability of digital products, such as websites, mobile apps, and software interfaces. The UI user interface aspect focuses on designing visually appealing layouts, buttons, icons, and other elements that users interact with. It involves selecting colors, fonts, and images to create an attractive and cohesive design that aligns with the brand identity and enhances user experience. On the other hand, the UX user experience aspect involves understanding the needs and behaviors of users to ensure that the digital product is intuitive, easy to navigate, and provides a satisfying experience. This includes conducting research, creating user personas, and designing wireframes and prototypes to test and refine the user journey. Overall, a UX designer combines creativity with analytical thinking to design interfaces that not only look good, but also function effectively and meet the needs of the target audience. Now let's have a look at how much a UX designer earns. Alright, let's break down the salary dynamics of a UX designer. First off, experience is key. Entry-level folks usually start with a modest salary, while mid-level designers get a bump and senior or lead designers rake in the most cash. Location matters too. Big tech hubs like Bangalore or San Francisco often dish out higher pay compared to smaller towns. Then there's the industry factor. Tech companies tend to pay more than traditional ones. Company size also plays a part. Big, established firms usually have deeper pockets for design talent than small startups. In India, the average annual salary for a UX designer is around Rupee 624,000, with additional cash benefits averaging Rupee 84,000. In the US, a user experience designer pulls in an average of $126,665 per year. So, if you're eyeing a career in UX design, consider these factors when gauging your earning potential. Alright, so this was about the salary structure. Now coming to essential tools needed for aspiring UX designers. Beginner UX designers can use different tools to start their design journey. Figma, highly recommended for its collaborative features, enabling multiple team members to work on projects simultaneously and providing real-time feedback. Next is Just in Mind, ideal for prototyping interactive designs, allowing designers to create realistic simulations of web and mobile applications. Third is Balsamic, excellent for creating wireframes quickly and easily, enabling designers to focus on layout and functionality without getting bogged down by intricate details. The fourth is InVision, offers robust prototyping and collaboration tools, allowing designers to create interactive prototypes and gather feedback from stakeholders. Next is Adobe Photoshop, widely used for graphic design, photo editing, and creating visual assets for websites and applications. Last is Adobe Illustrator, useful for creating vector graphics and illustrations, providing designers with versatile tools for creating logos, icons, and other graphical elements. Mastering one of these tools, especially Figma, is crucial for aspiring UX designers to enhance their skills, collaborate effectively, and create compelling user experiences. Now let's understand the skills required to become a UX designer. Some of the skills that are fundamental for both UI and UX designers are as follows. Information architecture, interaction design, wireframing and prototyping, creative problem solving, typography and color theory, visual design, prototyping. By honing these skills, you'll be able to design user experiences that not only look fantastic but also drive real business results. Now let's have a look at some of the responsibilities of UX designer. Some of the key responsibilities of a UX designer are as follows: understanding user needs, designing the user experience X, designing the user interface UI, creating prototypes, collaboration, usability testing. Alright, so now coming to the interesting part, which is the steps to becoming a UX designer. Start to unlearn. This point emphasizes that being a good designer requires an open mind. Here's a breakdown. Design is subjective. There is no single perfect design. What works for one user or audience might not work for another. Unlearn preconceived notions. Don't cling to ideas of what good design is supposed to be. Be open to exploring different approaches. Embrace new ideas. Actively seek out fresh perspectives and be willing to adapt your designs based on them. Next is read and learn. This section highlights the importance of constant learning and development for designers. Here's what it means. Learn from others. Read books and articles and watch videos created by experienced designers. Self-taught designers. Many designers learned on their own. Look for their journeys shared on platforms like Twitter, Medium, and YouTube. Gain insights. Through these resources, you'll gain valuable knowledge and different design approaches. Next up we have is understand different platforms and design systems. This point focuses on the technical aspects a designer should be familiar with. Operating systems OS. Understand the design principles and user expectations of different platforms like iOS, Windows, and Android. Design systems. Explore existing design systems like Google's Material Design or Apple's Human Interface Guidelines. These offer pre-built components and design rules for consistency across products within a platform. Next is learn Gestalt principles. This section dives into the psychology behind user perception. Gestalt theory. Learn the principles that explain how humans perceive visual elements, proximity, similarity, etc. Understanding principles like proximity, grouping related elements, and similarity using visual cues to show connection help create designs that users can easily understand and navigate. Coming to the next one. Pay attention to details. This point emphasizes the importance of meticulousness. Develop a keen eye. Train yourself to notice small details in design. Even minor elements can significantly impact user experience. Small details make impact. For instance, the spacing between buttons or the size of font can affect usability. Next up we have is learn technical skills. This section focuses on the practical tools and techniques designers use. Master design tools. Learn industry standard software like Sketch or Figma. Wireframing and prototyping. Develop the skill to create wireframes, low-fidelity mockups, and prototypes interactive models to visualize and test design ideas. Color theory. Understand how colors can influence user emotions and behavior. Learn to use color effectively in your designs. Last one is practice regularly. His final point highlights the importance of continuous improvement. Practice makes perfect. Regularly work on design projects, personal or freelance, to develop and sharpen your design skills. Honing your craft. The more you practice, the better you'll become at creating effective and user-friendly designs.
AI art and ChatGPT can be used to create unique and creative web design by combining the power of artificial intelligence and human input. With AI art, you can generate visually stunning graphics, patterns, and images, while ChatGPT can be used to generate text content and provide suggestions for website layouts and design elements. So hey everyone, you are already watching Simplilearn, and today we bring you this informative video on ChatGPT for UI and UX. Before we begin, if these are the videos you like to watch, then hit the subscribe button and the bell icon to get notified every time we upload a new video. Without any further delay, to get started, you can experiment with different AI art tools to generate graphics and use ChatGPT to write website copy, create a content strategy, and provide feedback on design elements. It's important to keep in mind that while AI can help to generate ideas and create stunning visuals, I'm going to show you exactly how you can generate these yourself. Websites are going to be built with AI art as well as tools like ChatGPT in future. So in this video, I'm going to explain the whole process, and we are going to have it write the entire website layout for us, all the content, the hero section and feature section and much more. This means that we can build the entire website from the ground up without writing a single line of code. And this will be a pretty damn cool. Alright, we will start with the mid journey. In Google search, we will write mid journey. This is an AI tool that allows you to create the AI art that we are now seeing all over the web. To go to this, you just go to the midjourney.com and join the beta. It's easy to get started because all you really have to do is join the Discord. When you do this, it will open up the Discord community, which you can accept the terms and conditions and start creating your own AI arts. Let's do this now. Here I have got the Midjourney server, and I'm going to head over to one of the newcomer room here and where everyone is creating different types of AI art. The first thing we need to do is to do a / and type in an imagine, give us prompt work. We can request the AI any type of art we are after. Here I'm going to type in a beautiful website for shoe. Then I'm going to pass in -- v4, which means the version 4 of the Midjourney of AI art tool. Finally, I'm going to pass it in stylize. I'll do -- stylize. It's basically how random we want to be in it's in between 0 to 1000, and I'm just going to set it to about 500, which is average. So I will do the enter. It will take a little bit of time. Here this will start working in the background. It's going to generate a low fidelity version of the website and the design for this art. And this low fidelity version will be iteratively updated to be higher in resolution. These 4 examples then can be picked from, and then we can upscale them as well as let's have a look at what kind of results we get now. One thing to notice here is that we do get a bit of a loading percentage bar, and this is how long it takes for the actual AI to generate the image. Usually it takes between 1 to 2 minutes, but it will essentially refresh and ping you once it's complete. So it is complete, and here are the 4 versions that we got, which are not too bad, not that great either. They are a bit yeah, I suppose it's looking funny in a way. So this is a way we can start being more creative with our prompts. So what I mean that is by giving more context as to what we want to do. So here is a prompt that we have created. What I'm gonna do is to pass it in the imagine once more, and I paste this prompt in this, and I'm going to give some more context. I'm going to pass it to the word UI, choose UI, UX, UI, UX, website. This basically means that it's more or less focused on having good UI and good at UX and being more like a website rather than just a creative shoe or a design. And it's important to give these context clues to the AI if you want better outputs. Different types of context clues you can provide is to find a kind of style that you want, for example, how you want the design to look and feel, whether you want it to represent a certain brand or much more. Like, these are just simple examples, but let's take a look at the kind of results we will get just from making these small little changes to the design. Here you can already see wait a minute. Look, it's a little bit more interesting. We have a bit of our sliders and what looks more like a Nike shoes, and also have what looks like a menu at the top, and
And I really like this design that we have here on the bottom. And here it is, because it does look very much like a website that we have got a bit for a hero section or a hero set section. And what's not, so from here we can select the version 1. So from here we can select the version 1, 2, 3, 4 to upscale, and I'm going to upscale version 3, which is U3, and this will give us the higher resolution version of this one particular design that we can start to take to the market, or even you can use to build. This again will take a little bit of time. It's going to process this and to do, and you can upscale in data. And let's run this in the background so that you can see wait a minute, this again will takes a little bit time to process. It's going to process this and do an unscale or upscale in beta, and let's run this in the background so that you can guys see what's the look. So here's the final result, and this is looking pretty. And we have got the nice design here for a shoe. We have got a bit of a hero section, and we also have what looks like a 2 call to actions, and we got some option here too at the very bottom, and as well as at the top we have got these colors, and that essentially are looking like these shoes colors being used as a part of the website design. So not too shoppy. Let's select the another one. Let's see for, yeah. But I think we can do a little bit more in terms of customization the design for this website, and I'm going to show you how you can do this. I'm going to copy over this prompt once, and for this prompt this time I'm going to pass a couple of extra things. So let me just maximize this. We are going to type as I have pasted that URL over here, so I'm gonna pass in the context clues of like clues of Nike, because Nike made obviously website shoes. So also so we'll write it here, Nike, not here. Repeat. And I also want it to be red, blue, green, and or maybe yellow. And I suppose we want else running person would be interesting. Person. It would be interesting to see how that gets designed, and I think that this should be enough. Let's actually improve the styling here. 1 minute. Let's change the styling. Let's have it 750 to make it a little bit more creative. And here are the results. I don't have a running person, but I do have a website that has definitely started using the colors that I recommended with Journey's AI art systems to use. So these website designs look way more creative than we had previously. Still, we have this slider design. These website designs look way more creative than we had previously. We still have this slider design here at the bottom section where we can pick out different shoes, but even these shoes look damn cool. I can see that the Nike logo on these, and these are actually ones that I would probably buy if I saw in the Nike store. But generally these also are website, because we have got the menus here at the top of the right. We got the text. So generally speaking, these are pretty interesting designs. So now I have another option here called version 1, 2, 3, 4. What this does is actually allow you to pick more generations based on actual image from these images or these designs. Now from these design, I actually like the 12, 3 and 4. I think it is most, I think 4, because it teals and red, or it's a bit yellow or blue. So I'm going to select the version 4, and that's going to create 4 more version based on the specific version for us. Let's take a look at the what those that we got, and here we have got our results, where we have more examples of that. All of these looks very similar. I think the only difference here is blue line, red line, it seems to be shift and change, as well as a hero section. And you would normally have this menu at the top right, and something, these shoes here are a little bit inverted, but generally speaking, this is the kind of variations you can expect. Now let's take a look at another way we can generate generations for website. Now you can do is just jump into any website and select any image. So first we will go to an app and website, and you can select any image that you would like, and I will actually gone here and I'm going to pull in this image of this shoe. And but I do like the design aesthetics. Here we are going to here, and then we can copy the URL from here. But this time what I'm going to do is type the imagine. Then I'm going to pass in the URL what we have copied. We will paste it here. Again, I'm going to write we did it before. We'll copy this, paste it over here. So what's going to happen here? It's going to have a look at this image that we have defined in terms of the URL. It's going to use this as a reference point. Then it's going to take a look at the prompt we have put in, which is the shoe prompt using the colors, and it's going to try to design a website that has a similar aesthetics to that image, which is really cool. Let's see the result we get back. Looks like that's ready. Let's take a look at this. So here you can see that the design aesthetics, wait a minute, static that is similar to the page seen in this one. So this is more bubbly and colorful image, and now are represented very much so in this design aesthetics. We have these 4 elements here at the bottom, and if you have a look at the design, originally we had 4 elements here. So you can see that it's pulling in these design aesthetics to create a design based on that, and this is where you can really start using the air art. Repeat, using the air tool to your own benefits, trying to combine different styles, customizing them, and creating new and independent and unique ones from there. So in this 4, I'm really like the version of 4th one, or the second one is pretty. So what I'm thinking of doing is an upscale on this. So we are going to upscale V2, and we are going to wait for that. 1 minute. Is use ChatGPT to write out the most of the content for me, and then I could take this to a client to immediately start shading. So let's see the upscale version happen. If we take a closer look, we will see that it has all the main elements for a website, including a logo area, a menu area, a nice hero image, as well as a title tagline button, as well the feature section. So what I'm going to do is to save this image to my computer. I'm going to save it and then customize it a little bit. But before we do that, we are going to head over to GPT. Here we're going to prepare the outline for the website using some AI tools. So here I'm going to ask ChatGPT to give me the broad outline for a website for shoes, including hero title, tagline, call to action button, and section for features and details about the shoe. So let's see what ChatGPT will comes back with. It's pretty quick. It's got a title here, call to action button, features and details section, and it's not really telling me what these are. These are where we might need to be a bit more specific as to what we wanted to do. It's giving me like broad outline of the website and what it needs. So please, I will write, please provide then for each one of these that I can copy paste straight to the website. Hero title is here, tagline, call to action buttons, features, okay, and the details. Okay, detail specification is there. Okay, reviews and rating. Okay, so I think I have got enough hairs to go by to simply copy paste in the website. So let's start beginning to design this. I have opened this design up in the Photoshop and I'm going to actually just crop it into the main element over here, and I really want to capture this image, and I will crop it and I will clear out the rest, and we can design each aspects or each part of this design bit by bit. I will save it over here. It's time to build our website, so I'm gonna head over to editor X and I'm going to build this a website in this, and I have login already, and then I will create to a new site, and here I will take an to a web dashboard, and I'm going to start by copy paste all the elements from ChatGPT as well as Midjourney straight in the first thing, and I want to jump back into the ChatGPT here and copy over our hero text. So I will just take it first. And I'm going to add title, and I'm going to paste it over here. And then I'm also going to grab the tagline, but before I will make it sure to keep it over here. But before that, I will put one image over here. I will change the image as I have already downloaded the image. Let's upload that image. We'll open it. Let's wait to get uploaded. Yeah, it's uploaded, and now we will update it. And let's make it big in size. Okay, so we will change the size, but first I will remove this. I will change the size for this. I will make it little small. Next, I will add the icon for the company of the shoes that I am going to make a website for. I will add this and I will update it. make it small. And this will be the taskbar, but make the size small a bit, and we'll insert one more picture, and it will be the logo of the company that we are going to put over here. We will minimize it, we can resize it, we can keep the logo over here. Now next, then I'm also going to grab the tagline over here. So I'll pick this tag. I will add the text. Comes up over here. Okay, I'll make it small in size. And we will paste on. And finally, let's grab a call to action which says shop. And create a button for that. So here we have all the workings of what we at least what we would need at least. So for the content, let's resize this first. Now we will add, we need to add the image itself. So instead of just having a browse to stock images or anything like that, we actually had our images either done inside of the Photoshops that we have done before as from the Midjourney as well as. So I'm going to just drag the image and I'm going to change the image. And it should be here. I've already downloaded. No, I have to upload it. I have a collections of some shoes. Let's see. And I will just install one. I'll upload this picture. It will take a bit of time. Let's wait for a while. And once it's uploaded, we will update it. And we'll edit it. let's keep it like this, or we can we change our content place from that to make it a fix in a place. So here we can change this also pretty well. Okay. So basically have this text happening a little bit more everything here. We have seen how we can resize it from this scroll bar, and so now let's add one more picture over here to make it look more better. Let's take a picture from here. Change the image. Upload from computer. Have it from no. We will upload it again. Sorry. And we'll update it. Let's resize it. Let's turn it on. Let's make a taskbar for the topmost of the screen. We will have a home page, so we will write a text over here. That will be let it make it small a bit in size. We'll add another text. It will show about us. It will show about us section, so we'll write it over here. Get a little small even though. Let's make same size. Let's make more small. 11. Let's make it more small, like 11. Okay. The next session will be services. And the last one is context one section. One more option is there. That is a start button. Like we are keeping the start button over here, so we are keeping this here. So let it be here. Yeah. So next, what I'm going to do, I'm going to select add section, and I'm going to just have a blank section. Here I'm gonna do first, I will add a picture first as a background. Let's do it. I will add one picture. Let's see I have downloaded or not. Yeah, I haven't downloaded. Wait a minute. Let it be upload. I will update it. Let it be a whole page. So let's add the pictures now for another shoes. Change the picture. I'm going to reopen this. I'll put this. Okay, I'll update it to add it. Keep the pictures over here. Like similarly, we will upload 3 pictures over here. After this, let's keep it here. Let's keep this here. We are going to add another title over here. Click to and we are making it a bit resizing it. We will change the font for this. Let's make this after this we will start editing the features of the shoes. Let's go to ChatGPT. Let's take this first paragraph. We'll make it small. We make it bold. We will add another paragraph over here. Similarly, we will make it for this also. And last, we will add a contact us. Last, we will add a contact us section over here again. So this is the final output of ChatGPT, or how we use ChatGPT and AI art for our UI and UX design to create a website or a web page or the land page for the shows.
Notice the growing demand for the skilled UI UX designers? You know, friends, that companies everywhere are looking for experts who can create designs that are easy to use and keep users happy. As a UI UX designer, you are at the center of making digital experiences that people love, whether it's a smooth app, a user friendly website, or a product that just works. Welcome back to our channel today because we are going to help you get ready for UI UX interviews. We are going to cover the top 15 questions that employers are asking right now. These questions are designed to test your skills and how to solve problems and how well you understand what makes a great user experience. So we are going to cover these things. We are also going to walk you through the detailed answers, give you real world examples, and explain why these answers work. By the end of this video, you will feel more confident and ready to stand out in your interview and land that job in UI UX design.
Craving a career upgrade? Subscribe, like, and comment below. Dive into the link in the description to fast track your ambitions. Whether you're making a switch or aiming higher, Simplilearn has your back.
But before we begin, guys, if you are interested in a career in UI UX, then join our immersive UI UX certification program and become an expert in just 5 months. The course offers live online classes led by renowned faculty from IIIT Bangalore. Get hands-on with capstone projects, craft your portfolio on Dribble, and receive personalized coaching on top designer tools. And the best part, Simplilearn's job assistance is here to support your journey on every step of the way. Enroll now and unlock the endless possibilities in the realm of UI UX design. Without further ado, let's get started. So guys, here is our first question. That is, explain what UX design is. So guys, UX design or user experience design is about creating products that provide meaningful and relevant experiences to users. This involves the design of the entire process of acquiring and integrating the product, including aspects of branding, design, usability, and function. The goal of UX design is basically to enhance the user satisfaction by improving the usability, accessibility, and pleasure provided in the interaction between the user and the product. Now let's move on to the second question. That is, what is the difference between UX and UI design? So guys, the difference is that user experience or UX focuses on the overall feel of the product, ensuring it's user-friendly, intuitive, and meets the user's need. UI or user interface design, on the other hand, focuses on the look and layout of the product, including buttons, icons, spacing, typography, and colors. While UX is concerned with the product's overall functionality and flow, UI is about how the product surfaces look and interact with the users. Let's move on to our third question. The third question is, what made you choose a career in UX design? So guys, you have to answer something like this. I chose a career in UX design because I have a passion for solving problems and improving how people interact with products. My background in psychology gave me insights into human behavior, and I wanted to apply this knowledge to design digital experiences that are both intuitive and enjoyable. The blend of creativity, empathy, and technical skills in UX design is what drew me into this field. Now, let us ask the next question. So, sometimes an interview can also ask you that what are the skills which is essentially required for UX designer, and tell about those skills and tell about that do you have those skills or not. So it's a very basic question and could be asked for freshers. So you have to answer something like this, that essential skills for UX designers include user researching, wireframing, prototyping, and usability testing. Additionally, strong communication skills are also very important for collaborating with stakeholders and developers. A good understanding of information architecture and interaction design is also crucial. Okay, so you have to answer something like this. Basically, this is very rare that some interviewer is going to ask this, but if someone asks you, like, what do you think about this job role? What skills this job role requires? Can you tell or elaborate? Then you can answer something like this. Basically, it's just asked to freshers. So guys, the next question is, what are the responsibilities of UX professional? So guys, the main responsibilities of a UX professional includes conducting user research, creating user personas, and designing wireframes and prototypes. They also perform usability testing, gather feedback, and iterate on designs. Additionally, UX professionals collaborate on UI designers, developers, and product managers to ensure that the final product aligns with both user needs and business goals. Now let us move on to our next question. Those are the intermediate level questions. So someone can ask you something like this, that how do you complete the research process before creating a UX design? So guys, the research process typically begins with understanding the business goals and user needs. So say like I start by conducting stakeholder interviews, user surveys, and competitor analysis. Then I gather qualitative and quantitative data through user interviews, surveys, and analytics tools. Based on this data, I create user personas and journey maps, which guide the design process. This comprehensive research ensures the design is user-centered and aligns with the business objectives. I hope so. You would have got a brief idea like how you can answer this question. Now let us move on to our next question. That is, what's your top UX skill and its impact? So guys, you can say something like this. My strongest UX skill is user research, and I'm able to gather and analyze data effectively, which allows me to deeply understand user needs and pain points. The skill has been instrumental in my ability to design solutions that truly resonate with users. For instance, in a recent project, my research led to a redesign that significantly improved user satisfaction and reduced drop-off rates by 20%. Now let us move on to our next question. Which skills do you need to refine as a UX designer? So you can say something like this, while I'm confident in my research and prototyping skills, I believe there's always room to refine my visual design skills, especially in terms of mastering the latest UI design tools like Figma and Adobe XD. Additionally, I'm working on improving my data analysis and skills to better interpret user analytics and integrate those insights into design processes. So guys, you can say something like this for this question. Now let us move on to our next question. That is, name 2 important trends in UX design. So you can answer something like this. 2 important trends in UX design are increasing emphasis on accessibility and rise of voice user interfaces. Accessibility is becoming priority as designers strive to create inclusive experiences for all users, including those with disabilities. Voice interfaces are also gaining popularity, driven by the growth of smart speakers and voice assistants, which require a different approach to designing user interaction. Now let us move on to our next question. That is, do you have to go to inspirational resources to help your design processes? So you can say something like this. Yes, I regularly turn to design communities like Dribble and Behance for inspiration. I also read UX blogs such as Nelson Norman's Group's articles and Smashing Magazine to stay updated on best practices and emerging trends. Additionally, I follow thought leaders like Don Norman and Jared Spool, whose insights help shape my approach to user-centered design. Now let us move on to our advanced level interview question. So, your interviewer can ask something like this. So, tell me about a time that a project was more complicated than its first seemed. So you can say something like this. I once worked on a project to redesign a travel booking platform, which seemed straightforward initially. However, as I dug deeper, I discovered that the platform had a wider range of user personas with very different needs. This complexity required more segmented approach to user research and design. We had to create multiple user flows and test various prototypes with different user groups to ensure final design met everyone's need. The project took longer than anticipated, but the result was more personalized and effective platform. So you can describe a project something like this that turned out to be the complex, but how you tackled it. It also shows your problem solving skills. So guys, please be ready with this question because this is the most frequently asked question in the interviews. Now let us move on to our next question. That is, what is the biggest challenge in your UX career? So you can answer something like this. The biggest challenge that I faced was leading the redesign of legacy enterprise software that had a large established user base resistant to change. The challenge was to modernize the interface while maintaining the familiarity that long-time users depended on. I approached this by conducting extensive user research to understand what elements were most crucial to users. So we implemented the redesign in phases, providing training and support to ease the transition. The project was successful, with users eventually adopting the new design and providing positive feedback. So guys, this was one of the experience which I have shared, but you have to share your own experience, okay? But a template would be something like this. So guys, I hope so. You would have got a brief idea regarding this. Now, let us move on to our next question. So our next question is, which method would you use to enhance our product's UX? You can answer something like this. To enhance your product's UX, I would begin by conducting a comprehensive usability audit to identify any pain points in the current design. This would involve usability testing with real users, analyzing user feedback, and reviewing analytics data. Based on the findings, I would prioritize areas for improvement and develop design solutions that address these issues. Additionally, I would suggest implementing an iterative testing processes to continuously refine the design based on user feedback and performance metrics. Now let us move on to our next question. That is, what's your most significant success in your career as a UX designer? So you can answer something like this. My most significant success was leading a project that resulted in a 30% increase in user engagement for financial service app. The original design was confusing to users, leading to high abandonment rates. After conducting thorough user research, we identified key pain points and redesigned the app user flow. We implemented the changes gradually, incorporating user feedback at every stage. The final design was very well received, resulting in significantly higher user engagement and satisfaction. So guys, you can use certain template like this, but it should be your own success if you have experience. So these questions basically are for those candidates who have 1 or 3 years of work experience, so they can share their work experience to the given client or to the interviewee. Now, let us move on to our final question. So our final question is, what do you hope to achieve in your UX design career in 5 years? So guys, this is a very important question because when you're going for an interview, your interviewer will definitely try to know your vision in your given career. So you can answer something like this. In 5 years, I aim to be in a leadership role where I can mentor and guide a team of UX designers. I also hope to have a strong portfolio of successful projects that have made a significant impact on user experience and business outcomes. Additionally, I want to continue refining my skills, particularly in areas like service design and UX strategy, to contribute to more holistic and user-centric product development. So guys, this is a template where you can use also to define your vision, or if you have a better template like which you have thought about your, because this is a very personal question, so you can answer something like this. But this is a very basic template which I have given you.
Would you believe it if I said that this picture that you see here was generated by AI in just 30 seconds? Believe it or not, there are hundreds of AI tools popping up everywhere that can help you immensely in image generation, content creation, and many more. And the best part is, most of the tools are free. Whether you're a graphic design professional or someone with a social media presence striving to upload quality contents, you have come to the right place. In this video from Simplilearn, we will be talking about some of the top AI tools that you can use for your creative needs. We will take a walkthrough of each of these tools and will explore how each of these will help you enhance your creativity.
Craving a career upgrade? Subscribe, like, and comment below. Dive into the link in the description to fast-track your ambitions. Whether you're making a switch or aiming higher, Simplilearn has your back.
But before we begin, if you are interested in a career in UI UX, join our immersive UI UX certification program and become an expert in just 5 months. The course offers live online classes led by renowned faculty from IIIT Bangalore. Get hands-on with capstone projects, craft your portfolio on Dribbble, and receive personalized coaching on top designer tools. And the best part? Simplilearn's job assistance is here to support your journey every step of the way. Enroll now and unlock endless possibilities in the realm of UI UX design. The course link is in the description box and pinned comments. So, without further ado, let's get started. So first up, we have Chroma. So this AI-powered color tool helps designers find the perfect color combinations based on their preferences. By learning your color style, Chroma generates palettes, gradients, and even patterns that match your unique taste. It's a game changer for anyone looking to perfect their color scheme. Now let's see the Chroma's website. So this is the Chroma's website. So we will start with generate. So the first step is to select 50 colors that appeal to you. So you can select the 50 colors that you like. So this process allows Chroma to learn your color preferences and style. Here you can see a variety of colors. So simply click on the ones you like. Chroma uses these selections to generate personalized color palettes. and then start training. Now this step might take a few minutes, but it's essential for the AI to understand your taste. Now you'll see the main dashboard where Chroma presents different color combinations, gradients, and patterns. So first, let's explore the palettes tab. Yeah, this is the palettes tab. Just a moment. So here Chroma shows various color palettes based on our selected preferences. So each palette includes a combination of colors that work well together. So for example, you can click here to see more details and even save your favorites for later use. Now in the gradients tab, you'll find beautiful gradient options. So these are perfect for creating visually appealing backgrounds or overlay effects in your designs. So again, these gradients are tailored to your color preferences. Now let's talk about font joy. Now choosing the right font pairing can be challenging, but font joy makes it a breeze. Using AI, it suggests font pairings that work harmoniously together, allowing you to create visually appealing typography effortlessly. Now let's see how font joy works. So to get started, click on Generate. Now Font Joy will present you with a random pairing of fonts. So this can be a great starting point for exploring different combinations. So if you find a font you like, you can lock it by clicking the lock icon. This tells FontJoy to keep this font while generating new pairings for the other text elements. For example, let's lock the header font. This is the header, so let's lock the header font. Yeah, it is locked. And generate new pairings for the body text. Yeah. So as you can see, locking a font allows you to experiment with different combinations until you find the perfect match. So you can continue this process until you're satisfied with both fonts. Now FontJoy also offers sliders to adjust the contrast and similarity between the fonts. So by moving these sliders, you can fine-tune the pairing to match your design needs, whether you want fonts that are very distinct or more similar. So once you have found a pairing you like, you can preview it in various contexts, such as headers, body text, and paragraphs. Now this helps you to see how the fonts will look together in a real-world setting. Now next, we have Adobe Firefly. Now Adobe Firefly is another incredible tool, which is a part of Adobe's suite of AI-driven features. It uses AI to automate repetitive design tasks like content-aware fill, intelligent scaling, and even generating realistic textures and effects. It's designed to integrate seamlessly with your existing Adobe tools, making your workflow smoother and more efficient. So for that, first you have to log into Adobe Firefly with your Adobe ID. So once in, you'll see the dashboard with various AI-powered tools. So these are the various AI-powered tools. So first, let's look at the text-to-image tool. So this is the text-to-image tool. So the tool creates images from text descriptions. So simply type what you want and Firefly generates an image matching your descriptions. So you can type a chef cooking steak. So let's see what will come. Okay, you have to sign in. You can, if you don't have an Adobe ID, you can sign in through Google account also. So we gave a prompt which is a chef cooking steak and these are the results. So you can experiment with different texts to get varied results. Now next we have generative fill. So the generative fill lets you fill or replace parts of an image. So for example, you can select this image and you can select the area which you want to replace. So we'll select the background. Either you can use a brush like this or you can select a background. Now the background is selected and here you can give a prompt like with which kind of picture you want to replace it. Like for example, we'll give a peaceful lake. A peaceful lake. See, so as you can see, Firefly seamlessly fills the area with generated contents. So this is great for removing unwanted elements or adding new features. Now next we have Visily AI. Now for those involved in UI UX design, Visily AI is a must-have. It uses AI to transform sketches into high-fidelity wireframes, complete with interactive elements. This can save hours of manual work and help you visualize your ideas more quickly. So now let's see how that can be done. Yeah, so to get started, click on Start Designing. So you'll be taken to a blank canvas where you can either start drawing directly or upload your sketches and screenshots. So let's upload an image of a UI design. Like for example, I have taken a screenshot of Amazon's web page. So let's just add that. So this will go to your file manager and you can add your screenshot. And once you upload, Visily AI will analyze it. Now Visily AI automatically converts your uploaded image into a wireframe. So as you can see here. So the AI identifies UI components like buttons, text fields, etc. And it will turn them into editable elements. Like for example, I can, type over here. So it will transform it into editable elements. So you can also adjust the properties of each element by selecting it and then using the right-hand panel. So Visly AI saves your project to the cloud, allowing you to access it from anywhere. Now, if you want to download your wireframe after editing, now you can click on the export button, yeah, and you can choose, like, to download your project, whether you need it as an image file, a PDF, or even export it to other design tools like Figma. So that was it about Visly AI. Now we have Luca. So Luca is a fantastic AI tool for branding. So whether you are a startup needing a logo or a designer seeking inspiration, Luca generates professional logo designs based on your preferences. It's intuitive, fast, and surprisingly effective. So to begin, click Get Started on Luca. So first you have to enter your company name. Like, for example, Techies Hub. So this is my company name. And then you have to select your industry to help tailor logo suggestions to your business. Yeah, so it's basically information technology. Yeah. So next you can choose a few logo styles, colors, and symbols you like. So these choices help Luca match your brand's personality. For example, I'll choose this, and yeah, this. And then click continue. And also you can, select few color options that you like. I'll go for red, silver, and blue. Yeah. And also you can add a slogan. So here's the future. Yeah. And you can also pick some symbols like software, IT, technology, programming, digital, etc. And then press continue. So now these are the generated, like some of the generated logos. So you can, select any of the logo. Like for example, I'm selecting this logo. Yeah. And then you can go to customize. And you can edit, you can change the selected logo. You can edit it according to your wish, and then you can download it. So to download, click download and choose the package that suits your need. Okay, so like you actually have to select a package which suits your needs to download. So Luca offers file formats like PNG, SVG, and PDF, ideal for both web and print use. Now next we have FigJam. Now FigJam AI, which is a part of Figma, is perfect for collaborative design work. It uses AI to enhance brainstorming sessions, generate design ideas, and streamline communication among team members. So it's like having a smart assistant that helps your team stay creative and productive. So now let's see how FigJam works. So log in or click Get Started to open a new FigJam board. So you can create a new board and start adding sticky notes. So for adding sticky notes, you just have to press S, and then here you have a sticky note. So you can use different colors to categorize your ideas for different sticky notes. Like for example, I will add 3 sticky notes over here. Sorry. Yeah, I'll just bring it here. 3 sticky notes. And for this note, I will give a different color, maybe a yellow color. And here I'll give a different color so that you can organize your thoughts, right? And also you can organize your thoughts with shapes and connectors. Like you can connect between sticky notes. Like for example, this is the connector option. So you can press this. Either you can take a straight line connector or a curving connector. So I'm just, connecting these 2 sticky notes. So yeah, this is how you can organize your thoughts that you write down. Now you can import images or screenshots also by clicking insert. Like for example, here you have a more option. Okay. And through this, you can also insert some other ideas for references. So you can save your work by clicking file. So here you have file option. So you can, just a moment. Yeah, you have file option. So you can even save it, also export it. And also you can share the link. So here you can share the link so that you can collaborate with other users also. Because everyone can add, like whoever is there in your team can add the notes, drawings, and comments simultaneously.
Now with that, we have come to the end of our full course. If you have any doubts or questions, you can ask them in the comment section below. Our team of experts will reply you as soon as possible. Thank you and keep learning with Simplilearn. Hi there, if you like this video, subscribe to Simplilearn YouTube channel and click here to watch similar videos. To nerd up and get certified, you can check the description box below.